start. Hello, hello. We are about to start, so if you can move to your seats, please, that'd be great. And now we have probably a couple minutes of that awkward silence where I stand here and wait for everyone to move in, as usual. I don't have any jokes today, so don't expect much on that end. Right? Yeah? All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Future of Innovation Conference. I'm Igor Oliveira. I'm the program manager with the J Herbert Smith Centre, and I'll be reading a few notes for you this morning as my MC role here. So I have to say that we have an incredible day ahead, packed with engaging workshops, inspiring keynotes, and insightful discussions, exploring how we can shape the future of innovation together. Before we begin, we respectfully acknowledge that UNB stands on the unsurrendered and unceded traditional Wolastoqey land. The lands of the Wabanaki people are recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. The river that connects our two campuses is known as the Wolastoq, along which live the Wolastoqey, the people of the beautiful and bountiful river. Wolastoq is also called the St. John River. Today's conference is a reflection of the important work we're doing at UNB and the J Herbert Smith Centre. So please join me in welcoming Dr. David McGee, the Vice President of Research at UNB, to say a few words on behalf of the university.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to UNB. And I'll put in my plug for our week that we're having this week, which is a Research Celebration Week, and I really want to thank Dhirendra, Dom, and the team for perfectly organizing this event such that it happens during this week. This is a really important week for us, an opportunity for the university to showcase a number of different activities and research programs and the research that's going on at UNB, and certainly the innovation side of research factors very much into that. So thanks, Dhirendra and Dom, for arranging this event and putting it on during this week. So good morning, everyone, and it's my pleasure to be here today as we gather to explore the future of innovation. At UNB, we are committed to advancing research and innovation. We pride ourselves on our mission to empower creativity, drive discovery, and foster innovation that leads to tangible impact both locally and globally. As a university, we are dedicated to pushing the boundaries of knowledge, nurturing the next generation of thinkers. This conference is a reflection of that mission, a space where academia, industry, and entrepreneurs come together to spark new ideas, build meaningful partnerships, and work towards solutions that address the most pressing challenges of our times. The future of innovation isn't just about the latest technology or breakthrough ideas. It's about building connections, fostering collaborations, and cultivating an ecosystem where creativity and entrepreneurship thrive. At UNB, we believe that our role as a research institution is to not only generate knowledge, but also to ensure that this knowledge transfers into the real-world benefits. Today, we'll have the opportunity to participate in a variety of workshops, hear from inspiring keynote speakers, and listen to thought-provoking panel discussions. I encourage each of you to take full advantage of the conference by connecting with others, sharing your insights, and letting your ideas shape the future. Thank you all for being here, and I look forward to seeing the remarkable concepts and initiatives that will emerge from this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. McGee. I'm probably biased, but I truly believe that the center has been an integral part of the entrepreneurial ecosystem here in New Brunswick and beyond, nurturing countless innovators, startups, and leaders. For almost 4 decades, the J Herbert Smith Centre has been dedicated to promoting entrepreneurial thinking and innovation through its programs, partnerships, and community engagement. Our goal is not only to create successful startups, but to develop leaders with the skills to transform industries and shape the future. I'd like to invite Dr. Daniel Shukla, our chair at the J Herbert Smith Centre, to share a few words.
Thank you very much. I need to lower the mic because, we actually met Igor during the COVID cohort. So we assumed we saw Igor on that small screen, and then he came in person. And I said, what is going on? So, why this community is so special and why it is so amazing to see the TME alumni, TME cohort, faculty members, people from our community, the leadership. It is just phenomenal. We were initially, today, later on in the day, we're going to be talking about our partnership with Harvard a little bit more. We told them that don't worry about it. It's going to be a small, intimate crowd because this is not like what we did at the Delta. It's going to be small, intimate, and you don't need to do too much prep. And then the people kept buying, well, it was free, but registering for the event. And it went from 80 to 90 to 100 and 120, and then people started messaging, we're just going to show up. What are you going to do, throw us out? Then even though it was, we stopped at 120, more and more. What I'm trying to say is that this just simply explains the beauty of the community we have built. That people want to be part of this vibrant fabric of pulling people together, making impact, having a discussion, having a conversation, seeing diversity, seeing the community just get charged with excitement and energy that's taking place. And all of you are an integral part of that. And it's just simply amazing to see that I come back from sabbatical. Some people question whether it was really a sabbatical or not. We will park that. But the important role the staff, the community played while I was away just shows what a robust, sustainable community we have built. And particularly thanks to Amanda, Igor, Dom, Nea, and of course Dom, who kept managing all the chaos while I was away. It's been incredible, and want to welcome you all to this community. Welcome you to this family. We have a saying at the center, at the J Herbert Smith Centre, that once you're part of this family, you never leave. So welcome. There is no way out of this community and family. So thank you very much. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. So the Future of Innovation Conference aims to bring together diverse perspectives. Whether you're entrepreneur, researcher, student, or industry leader, today is about collaboration and discovery. Throughout the day, we'll dive into key trends shaping the future. We have 4 dynamic workshops, 3 insightful panel discussions, and a special fireside chat. On top of that, we'll hear from 2 incredible keynote speakers, including Ramila Khafajizadeh, I hope I got that right, UNESCO Chair of Futures Literacy, and Dr. Eddie Campbell, former president of the University of New Brunswick. Lastly, we have an exciting announcement planned for this afternoon at the end. So whether you're here to learn, network, or get inspired, there's something for everyone. Thank you all for being here. Our first keynote speaker has traveled all the way from the Netherlands to share her insights with us. We are excited to hear her thoughts on the importance of futures literacy, and how it can shape our approach to innovation in the years to come. She is a trainer and designing futures literacy learning processes at the Hanze University of Applied Science and UNESCO Chair of Futures Literacy. She coordinates and leads projects for governments, industries in various sectors, and higher education institutions, the United Nations, and NGOs. She has extensive experience in designing and leading futures literacy interventions related to social innovation and governance, ranging from local municipalities to larger transformation and organization change. And she's currently dedicated to making futures literacy more accessible to communities. Please join me in welcoming Ramila Khafajizadeh.
Thank you. Hi again. Yeah, it's weird to hear all the bio you sent again. But thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you for having me. So we're going to talk today a little bit about futures literacy. I don't know if the concept is familiar to any of you. If it is, maybe, yeah. Okay. Yes, Dom. Good. Before I start doing my talk, we thought it would be great to give you a little experience on what it is to imagine multiple futures. So this is not going to be a regular, your regular keynote. If you all can stand up and make a very big circle. Yep, we're not gonna, this is our morning workout, people. Since I'm a short person, I'm gonna stand here. Yes, great, fantastic. Thank you. So, imagine a X between me and Dom. Dom is representing a very bright future. No, just stay there. And me, on the other hand, I represent a bleak future. So when you think about the future in general, how do you see the future? Do you see it bright or bleak? Okay, this is going to be challenging, but try to put yourself in in a position on this line between bleak and bright. Me being bleak, Dom being bright. Yes, it's going to be cozy, people. How do you see the future? Bleak. And okay, so it's not about being a pessimist or an optimist, because you can be a very optimistic person, but worry about the future. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. Come to. Yes. Okay. So, Dom, can you turn, yes? Okay. Don't move, people. Okay. So, there is another X between Dom and I, again. Dom represents a future where you have influence, agency, yeah? Me, on the other hand, the future is already written in the stars, bigger forces are at play, and we cannot influence, or I cannot influence the future. From the position that you're standing right now, bleak bright, take a step back or forward towards me or towards Dom. when you think about the future, do you think you have so not diagonally, but forward, backwards, yeah? Okay. There are always people in the middle, which is not a bad thing, but let me see if I can. Okay, I'm going to ask you. Okay, yeah? Yeah? It's okay, people. There is no wrong or right. Where you're in between. Okay, it's okay. Now, turn around to the person who's close to you and share a little bit about why you're standing in this quadrant, because all of you are standing in one quadrant. Yeah?
I moved to where I should be.
Exactly.
This is where I should be.
Okay. Now I'm wondering what you all talked about. So from, I assume that there were sort of two quadrants fields with bleak and bright futures, but in all of them you feel agency, that you can influence the future. So from this quadrant, who would like to share what your thoughts are and what you talked about? Is there a pair or person who would like to share? Yes?
I believe that the community. Oh, sure. I believe that the community has a public and community perspective on doing good and doing better as we go, but also that if you have the resources to do so, that you should do so by providing opportunities for others that don't to do so as well.
Good. Another person from this quadrant? Yes?
I think that's great that we're going to, eventually get to some positive area. This is why I'm standing kind of way out here. But I think we're going to be suffering for quite a long time until we get to that place. And we are suffering because I'm over here on this side because I don't think we have as much agency as we think we do. There are a lot of people who have a lot of power, or actually a small amount of people who have a lot of power. We as individuals may have power collectively, but we're very bad at organizing that and doing things about it. So we could change the way companies work by just not buying their products, but we don't do that. as a group. So we still are not as agency prone as we think we are.
So there is a difference between individual agency and the collective. Yeah? Okay, I'm going to this quadrant. Anybody who would like to share? Yes, I see there. Oh, you have another one? Good.
Who raised their hand? Alex?
So from my point of view, just like looking back through history, you can see that the future is always going to be a mix of negative events and things that you cannot control, like COVID, for instance, and then very positive events that are created by humans and their agency. And I believe that we have a much bigger impact than we realize that we can have. But it's really up to us to take that initiative and to make an actual impact with our agency, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you. Another person. Last one.
Anyone? Yeah?
Don't be, yes? Oh, great.
I think we shared a similar perspective. I think my view is very much that no matter what, what's important is to try and do your best and bring your part to the collective and not expect others to do it for you. So we're all part of the same ecosystem, no matter what, at the humanity level. So whatever small action we can take that contributes to the overall purpose is worth trying. So I think the limitation is always to be challenged by the outcome and say, are we going to reach this or that? I think we should focus on the effort. Try something.
Thank you. Beautiful. Great. As you can see, I don't know how many people we are. I'm not good at this, but every one of you has a vision, an image of the future. Yeah? And it's all based on something. And that is where I'm going to talk a little bit more about this morning. So you can go back to your seats. Is this, everybody can see me, or should I go up the, I would rather not. Okay. Okay, good. So, futures literacy, what is it? And what can we learn from futures literacy? When we talk about futures, it seems like there is, sometimes there's only one. And we see all these kind of slogans and words all around us. And this morning, I saw the banner, create your own future. Like, hey, again, here, we also see that we can create a future as if there is only one. But just before, we saw that there are different images of the future. Therefore, there are different futures possible. This was also a quote, that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And as I mentioned yesterday, this person, Eleanor Roosevelt, she never actually said this. This quote, it just happened. There is no evidence she actually said this. So don't believe everything you read. All of us use the future. In other words, we anticipate. How does that work? We plan to go from A to B and to have a smooth journey, and we prepare ourselves for contingencies. There is another way that you can use the future, and that's something that we don't do a lot. The other two, planning and preparation, is something that we do consciously, sometimes subconsciously, But exploration for novelty, to be more open to emergence, is something that we don't do often. And that's where futures literacy comes around the corner. So, when we talk about the future or futures, we believe that the future does not, is super uncertain, it's unknown, it does not exist in the present. Because it's always a couple of steps ahead of us. But it does exist in our imagination. So we can imagine the future. But how do we do that? Where does it come from? Our images of the future are based on the assumptions that we make about futures. And these assumptions, the frames that we use, are often biased. They're influenced by Hollywood, by the books we read, by the news, by the trends, everything we read, see, hear, and also around us, but also how we were brought up. Our cultural backgrounds, the context that we're living in, it's all feeding our frames and our assumptions of the future. These assumptions shape how we anticipate in the present. Yeah? So when we assume, for example, that the perfect example was actually during COVID, we assumed that after the pandemic, we had to go inside of our homes, not go outside. We anticipated something bad, yeah, based on repetitions from the past, based on the things that we know about pandemics, right? These are the things that, the assumptions that shape our frames and let us make decisions in the present. Being aware of our own anticipatory assumptions about the future, anticipatory assumptions, help us to detect biases and blind spots that we have in the present. Yeah? So how do we become more aware? How do we become more futures literate? Futures literacy is the capability of imagining multiple and diverse futures, to see the present anew, to see it with different pair of eyes. And it helps us to look critically at our daily doing and to make better informed decisions, yeah? Not better decisions, because we don't know if the decisions are better, but we know that there are futures informed. So, futures literacy is the latest addition to the bigger umbrella of future studies and discipline of anticipation. It's a capability. When I don't know if you're familiar with these future studies, forecasting, foresight, horizon scanning, scenario planning, all are used to eliminate uncertainty. And futures literacy is just a different thing. It's actually opening up and imagining different futures to be more comfortable with not knowing. Don't know if it makes sense, but we'll get there. This is very short, the framework that is established by UNESCO, by Riel Miller. And the Futures Literacy Framework consists of the anticipatory systems and the 6 clusters of anticipatory assumptions. And these anticipatory systems are the things that we know. This is how we use the future. And the anticipatory assumptions is how we learn about them. Yeah? And we put them together. The intersection of these two creates the 6 categories of the anticipatory assumptions. I'm not going to get into this today. That's why I put a QR code, which leads you to the book. It's an open access book to Riel Miller's book of Transforming the Future. So you can scan it, and then it will bring you to the link. And you can read more about it after this. And the reason why I'm not getting into this is because when we talk about futures literacy, we cannot just start talking about it without doing it, without actually having the experience of what it is to be futures literate. Futures literacy, a capability, as I mentioned before. Capability, it's a literacy, as is reading and writing. And it needs practice. It needs discipline to learn the alphabet, to read and write. And so is futures literacy. So the methodology to learn about futures literacy, to become futures literate, is the Futures Literacy Laboratories, as it was defined by Riel Miller. It's a learning by doing experience, future literacy intervention, a workshop, something that you will experience after this talk in 45 minutes, very short. It's not going to be a whole lab, but will give you an idea what it is to imagine different futures. And it's based on collective intelligence. So the collective intelligence of the group determines the outcomes of the lab. That's why it's called a laboratory. Yeah? We don't know what the outcome is. It can be anything, based on the people that are in the room. These are knowledge creation processes. And we use 3 phases to learn about futures, which is revealing existent assumptions, reframing them, and rethinking the present. So this is the methodology we use. This is the steep learning curve. Wanted to show you a couple of pictures how we bring this into practice. The Hanze University, the installation of our chair was in 2018, and in 2019 we started our activities, and we brought futures literacy to different areas in different projects with very fruitful outcomes. It was very challenging at times because it is super complex. It is an abstract sort of way of thinking, and to making it simple, to making it understandable, it was very challenging to us. And we did a very cool project actually in Lagos, Nigeria, teaching teachers from faculty to the skill learning institution, where the idea was that we are the ones who bring this kind of knowledge to Lagos, but to make it more applicable to the students, it was very important to really understand what futures literacy is at first, and to make it more context specific. Yeah, because how I imagine the future is really different from my Dutch colleagues. I am an Iranian, that's my background, and coming as a refugee to the Netherlands, it really shaped how I look at the future. So having this background is very different from my colleagues who were raised and brought up in the Netherlands. Yeah? So context matters when it comes to futures literacy. I'm not going to get into all the pictures, though. And what's also fun to do is doing these kind of exercises with children. Because children are so creative. They have when we talk about futures with children, there is no limit in how they think about futures. Everything is literally possible, including this kid making a drawing of people looking the same, can jump everywhere, everybody's tall. There is no limit, yeah? And we can learn from that. We can learn a lot from how kids imagine futures. So if you become futures literate, what does it help you to do? Reflect on how we use the future. It can create open spaces to talk freely about sometimes uncomfortable topics. We have experienced this. When we go to the far future, there is no one that's an expert. Everybody here in this room is an expert of the future, yeah? Because it's your future, it's your image of the future. I'm not the one who will tell you that is wrong or right, yeah? So when we go to the far future, it creates this open and safe space to talk about topics that we often don't do in the present, yeah? It can expand the boundaries of our imagination and help us to be more open to multiple futures. When some things are getting uncomfortable or we fear some futures, being futures literate helps you to be more open to emergence, to feel more free, instead of being afraid because you only had one path in mind, didn't work out, so now you're in fear, yeah? And what does it not do? Eliminate uncertainty, help design or create a future. That's not what futures literacy is about. Or run a quick visioning exercise. I got this question a lot from municipalities. It's like ticking a box. We need a new vision for our infrastructure. Help us. Like, yeah, I'm not the right person. Because futures literacy is not about that. Or deliver a polished product at the end of a laboratory. It's really about openness, receiving, rather than a polished product. When you become futures literate, what can you do? This is based on one of our papers that we worked on, in which we did research amongst our participants over the years, being in our futures literacy courses and programs. And we discovered these 3 pillars, which is also based on Miller's work, that when you become futures literate, you have an enhanced perception of the present. So you see different things in the present, and you can actively act on them. You can embrace complexity, and you feel a new sense of agency. Yeah? And I wanted to give you these 3 takeaways as I'm ending my talk. I hope it resonated a little bit, and if not, that's perfectly fine. 3 takeaways that are, to me, very important that I wanted to give to you is that futures literacy is the capability of 21st century, called by the UN. And it can help us deal with complexity of global and societal challenges. And how we anticipate matters because it changes the present. I like to quote my dear colleague, who is not here, but when we talk about futures literacy, that's something that we have talked about a lot. It is not about what we do in the present that impacts the future. It's about how we envision the future that impacts the present. Yeah? How we anticipate what we do, the decisions we make in the present, that is super important to be aware of for whom are we making this decision. whose future are we talking about? It's probably not ours, because we're not going to be there. Do we know this? Are we aware? And the last one, we plan and we prepare to eliminate uncertainty, which is good. We need this. But on the other hand, we also need to be more open to emergence. So we need to walk on two legs, as Miller says, to overcome the poverty of imagination. And this was about it. Thank you very much for listening to me. So just a quick thing. As I mentioned before, after this talk, you will get the opportunity to talk about futures 30 years ahead. And just keep in mind the things that I just told you. And yeah, and you can be a little bit playful with it in a bit. Yeah? I heard that Canadians, it's difficult to be playful, but I don't believe it. Yeah.
I didn't say that, just so you know.
No, it was someone else. It was not you, Igor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. Yeah. Are we doing 30 or 50? I thought 50 years.
We decided to do 30.
Okay.
Right, Scott? Yeah? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
30 years. Yeah.
Good enough, 30 years, right?
If there are any questions, though, I don't know if there's time.
We have time. Do we have any questions back there? I mean, you can keep this one, and I'll grab another one. Long legs. There you go.
Hello, Ramila. Thank you very much for your presentation first. I was wondering how you can define, okay, future literacy without having freedom. Thank you.
Do you have a specific context or topic in mind when you say, can you elaborate a little bit?
Example, during the process, an example, during my, to become a Canadian, okay? A residence permanent, okay? So we have a just cause, we have got a vision, we would like to go to Canada, okay? When you've got the New Brunswick government, they say, okay, for us it is okay, so now just we're waiting for the federal. During 2 years, we don't know what's going on. So our future was in standby. Or example, people are sometimes during the war, how they can perceive the things. Or people in the prison. Maybe they have to stay, we don't know how long. Maybe they are not guilty, but they are in the prison. And you know how we think.
Thank you.
Maybe thank you very much.
Thank you. That's why also why I brought up my background as a refugee. As a kid, I was 9 years old when we moved to the Netherlands. And for 7 years, we lived in uncertainty, not knowing if we can stay, we have to go back, what do we do? I could not, back then, think about my future. Sometimes people ask me, what was it that you wanted to be when you were a child? I said, I don't have any memories of that, because I could not think about this when I was in those circumstances. So yes, thinking about futures, imagining futures it's actually for being very privileged. Yeah? Yes, it's completely true. And on the other hand, sometimes I think what would have happened when I was, I don't know, 9 years old and someone told me about this. Would it have been helpful? Honestly, I don't know if it would be helpful, but I know that I was surviving. Yeah? When you're surviving, you don't have the luxury to imagine multiple futures and to see which one fits or to feel more free because you're surviving. And I'm very aware of that. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you.
We have time for another question, if anyone.
I'll be around, so.
Oh, Curtis.
I missed the bulk of your talk, apologies, but I got the back end, it was awesome. When you have this idea of a future and then something unexpected happens, say, the death of a child or really significant loss of a loved one or, bankruptcy, these life-altering events, your perception of what you can achieve, what you can accomplish might change, and are there tactics on how to address those sorts of challenges in the framework that you're discussing?
The thing is that it's really our attitude towards future that we can change or influence. We cannot influence what happens since we don't know, we don't have a crystal ball, but we can change our attitude towards futures. So we can act from a place of fear, but we can also act from a place of hope. It's a choice that we have as human beings. I don't know if this answers your question at all, but in the framework itself, it's not mentioned. It's not. That's the thing that we're trying to stay away from because we have the forecasting people doing that and foresight. We're not about eliminating any uncertainties so no contingency plans, no. Openness, receiving. It's very feminine, I know, but trust me, we need it.
Thank you. All right, so I have a few notes about how things are going to work now with the workshops. But before we jump into that, I think it's interesting, based on my experience working down in Brazil for 7-8 years with different companies, they were all interested in the contingency plans and the immediate future. Like, what can we do now? What should we do next year? And as Ramila mentioned, that's not what Futures Literacy is about. But when we start imagining 30, 40, 50 years, what are our hopes and fears? How would that impact and influence our decisions in the present, right? Can we transport what the futures we imagine to today? How do we feel about that, right? And I think one of the key ingredients in those discussions is that, can you be an expert in something that doesn't exist? Probably not, right? So there are no wrong answers here. If you're imagining 30 years from now, who knows? Maybe next year a new technology will appear, and that will impact the whole thing. So be open to the discussions. Futures, we are using the plural because we don't know what's going to be, right? It's a spectrum of possibilities right now. Anything can happen 30 years from now. So we have 2 rounds of workshops. We have 2 breakout rooms. So you're going to be separated into 2 rooms. We're going to have that one workshop. We're going to have a break, and then we're going to go back and have the second one. Okay? When you were registering, we asked you for your preference in terms of the topics. We did our best to try to divide you into those that were your top preferences. Maybe you didn't get those, but I think we'll have space if you want to go to those ones. But the thing is, behind your name badges, you should see some stickers. If you don't have any, you can just choose whenever you are going upstairs. But if you have them, you can just go to the ones that are assigned to you. All right. In these workshops, we're going to be imagining, as Ramila said, 30 years from now. So you're going to have a facilitator in each room that they're going to do a brief intro to the topic. You're going to have some time to discuss your own assumptions, what you hope and why, what you fear and why. You're going to be paired up. You're going to have discussions, conversations with other people in the room. And then you're going to share. And you're going to see what that room, as collective intelligence, think about that particular topic. Imagine about futures, which direction we might take. But again, at the end, it's all about, okay, let's do an exercise now and bring it back to the present a little bit. How do we feel about that? So that's the essence of these workshops. And we have 4 topics. education and technology in the first round, and health and food and agriculture in the second round, or AgTech. So education in the first round is going to be in room 204 upstairs, and technology room 208. There's a little sign when you leave here. You're going to see color-coded and everything. I put a sign upstairs, so you should be able to find your rooms. And after the second workshop, we're going to be back here to just discuss a little bit about what was talked about in those rooms. Sound good? Dom, did I miss anything? Probably. So.
No, I just want to take just a quick moment to introduce our facilitators for our workshops.
Good
I got a
idea.
big voice. Okay, sorry for the people online. So I'm going to start in the back right corner because I see Heather trying to hide. So in health, we have Heather Campbell, who will be our facilitator for that. Thank you very much, Heather. So she will be in that round. Phil and Scott, if they're going to be facilitating technology jointly, and that's going to be in the first round. Catherine is going to be doing education/learning because it's more than just education, it's learning. And Rilwan, where is Rilwan? Well, there he is. Rilwan is going to be doing agriculture and food. And we also have note takers who will be in the rooms. When you come back and share your learnings that you'll have from your pairs, our note takers are going to try to capture some of what's being said, and they'll bring it back to a plenary session, which we'll have down here. So we have Atib and Andu, who are there, are going to be note takers. Santosh, I'm losing people now in the room, and Sheon and Oluwaseun will be there as well. So share, look for, and Igor was absolutely correct. It's futures. It's not future. Because while it is not just a time ahead of us, it is what we imagine. And it is all of our imaginings. Therefore, it is multiple futures. And so enjoy, share. And I'm really excited about this. And thank you, Ramila, for taking us on that guided tour to be able to do that.
And it's going to be hard, but try not to judge the other people's opinions, right? Because we imagine.
He said that when I put the microphone down.
Huh? No, I think that's an important piece because we have our own futures we imagine. Other people, they have different backgrounds, they have different ideas, and who knows? Maybe they're right and you're wrong. So try not to judge, try to be open, and discuss, share. So we are going to start. We should start at 10 a.m., but it's a little delayed. So if you can move upstairs now to the rooms assigned to you or the ones of your preference, and we'll be there. Oh, this is going to last about 45 minutes in that room, and then we have a short break and another 45 minutes. Yep. Hey. Yes. It's going to be the second round. Hello.
Maybe wait for lunch. My wife dropped me off, so I'm definitely here for a while.
Note takers, please. All right. So, I promise we won't take too much of your time. I know you saw lunch outside, and it's that time of the day that it's very, hard to see that. And oh, thank you. Yeah, it's just my keys, okay? So, the idea now is to wrap up this morning just with a summary of the discussions. We have some note taking. You can go up. I'm gonna kind of introduce you all, but you can grab a seat. Yeah, please. And we asked them to take some notes and hopefully summarize the main or the key takeaways of each conversation. Of course, we won't be able to cover everything from each of those sessions, but hopefully we'll be able to at least summarize the ideas. If you missed one, if you were in the other one, at least you know what was discussed. So all of this are former MTME students just like myself. Santosh, Atib, Andu, Sean, thank you so much for taking the time and take these notes. Yeah, thank you. And I was having some conversations during the workshops and after, and honestly, for me personally, if each of you goes home later today with one new idea, one new perspective, hopefully positive perspectives about the future, I would say that our mission is done with these workshops. Hopefully you got more, and you were introduced to different ways of thinking from different people. So hopefully that was insightful. But not to take too much time here, could you please, each of you, share the main or the key takeaways of the sessions that you took notes, please?
So we will start with technology.
Thanks, Tom.
Hello, everyone. So Scott and Philip started the technology workshop by showing us an image of a cone in which to imagine the future. And then the cone gets broader and broader as time passes. So what our preferred or plausible future is could be very far away, could get farther and farther away from the probable future, the more down the line you go. So in 30 years, it could be very far away from that. So the main themes were, obviously, since it was tech, so the main themes were AI, and how AI could be used to speed up tasks, improve efficiency, can be utilized to do some of the mundane tasks that humans do not want to do, so they could do what they do best, that is think and design things. Of course, one of the major concerns was our achieving a digital intelligence that creates like a greater digital intelligence that could potentially be, harmful to humans, and then how we could live harmoniously with it. There are also privacy and freedom concerns because security is becoming a bigger challenge. Cybersecurity is more important now than it ever used to be because, cyber warfare is a serious problem right now. They could attack power plant security, for example. Other than that, some of the other concerns were you can use voice cloning or deepfakes to impersonate people, and that could lead to scamming, and how data could be misused in that sense. Climate change was definitely one of the issues being discussed, and how we could electrify more and more things without using oil, but moving away from oil, so that we can achieve not only the net zero future that Canada envisions in 2035, but we can also achieve, we also start repairing the damage that we have already done to the planet. I think that pretty much sums it up.
Thank you. Yeah. Working? Oh, okay. So when we were defining the workshop's technology, we discussed, should we do like AI? Should we narrow it down? Quite the opposite. Let's leave it open. And it's likely going to go that way. So that's what happened. But thank you so much for summarizing that, Atif. Let's do education and learning now, please.
All right, thank you, and thanks to everyone for being here today. So for education, part of what we agreed on in our section was that there's going to be stability across places on what education should really be about, and how that should be facilitated. So across different countries, different communities, what is education, what are the priorities, and what are the goals? Then another thing again that was spoke about was how is a future where learners are empowered to be able to take the right decisions. So now children, students, adults have access to YouTube, to different resources, and they easily get distracted. So there will be like a structure for them to be able to know what to do on each platform, what is priority. So that's something that we also envisage is going to happen. Then another thing we spoke about was that there's going to be decentralization. So right now, the privileged people have more access to education, but in 50 years, everybody would be able to have access to one form or the other of education. Now, to the challenges we spoke about, one of the major ones is that we are going to have a lot of people that know so many things about things, so they know so much about different things, but they're never going to become an expert in anything. Because today, I want to fix my pipe, I go on YouTube, I learn that skill. Tomorrow, I want to do something else, I learn that. So that's a major challenge that we envisage. Then another one is that transfer of knowledge is going to be challenged. So if I'm living in a remote country in Africa and I don't have access to internet, how do I get to know things? There's really not going to be someone that knows enough to be able to teach in that kind of situation. So that's another challenge that we really envisage. Then there was a bit of a funny part, which is people within the same community or the same social class will be able to connect better because they all have access to AI, they have access to augmented reality and all of those things. But meanwhile, I'm in my own local place where I'm going through war or other challenges, and that's all I'll ever know. So the last thing we spoke about was how to get to our desired future. I'm just going to get that out. Okay, so part of what we said will be done to get to this is reviewing the goals of education. What do we want to achieve as a nation, as a community on education, and then putting in the right syllabus to be able to get to that. Then there's also going to be continuous enlightenment of people based on this.
And then the final one is we are going to facilitate learning in our individual spaces with the systems that are already in place now. So there's internet, there's AI, there's so many other things. Responsible use of these devices is something that as individuals should be encouraged to teach people on how to use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. When I was thinking about my hopes for education, when we were thinking about education and learning, one of the things that came to my mind is that it's still a privilege. And hopefully in the next 5, 10, 20, 30, hopefully the sooner the better, it will become a given right to every single person. So I think it's really important that we are having these conversations and discussions to think how we can help us get there as communities and countries. Thank you. Oh, thank you. So moving to the second round, let's start with food and agriculture. Please.
Hi, it was a wonderful session I attended both education and agriculture, and it was a wonderful session where it was started by Ruan, where he shared his experience in food industry, and the entire conversation, he put us into a scenario where how we were agriculture was 1,000 years back and currently, and what you want to do in future, how you want to envision in future. And he talked us through all the his experience, and various key concepts were being discussed, in his points. And what I noticed is like it's not just agriculture, it was linked to the technology as well as to education as well. So how you educate people in terms of agriculture, all those points. And following is like, as a note taker, I had an opportunity to go and see all the group discussions and the way people think. Initially, the thing was like current scenario. It is like how it look like. Most of the people were interested to go do an agriculture in the way we used to do 100 years. Then from there, how you can look forward to do the next 50 years. And the conversation mostly were on the topic of how you can integrate the technology into it. Say, for example, the future. Previously, people were doing agriculture, making their own food, and they moved to a commercial world. So now, with that state, it's not easy to do your own farming in your backyard with all your day-to-day activities. So then technology comes into major play, where certain groups where they said like you can advance the technology to cook your food, and that helps you to make your weekly meal plan. And if you bring it to a bigger scale of 1 million people or 1 million household, how much of the food you will save, how much of money you will save, and what are the ways we can build upon the various technology like hydroponics. So, and another key points many teams, everyone discussed was about decentralization of agriculture. So in the current world, agriculture is being more commercialized. Many industry players are occupying the sector altogether. So it means that you are being diverted into what food you eat, right? So all those things. And and with all to this, there is an issue on food safety, fertilizer issue, all those kind of artificial ingredients that are being increased, and how it helps affects your health benefits. All those were discussion points. And everything revolves around the fear. The future vision is all about the technology, and the fear factor is more about the health benefits and psychology behind that. And another fear many people emphasize is on the climate change, how climate impacts the way the food is being distributed across the globe, and so on. The key takeaways was like technology is a game changer, and being decentralized and self-sufficient to grow your own food for your community or local environment. Then how you can have a inclusion of small farmers to make an agriculture like a better economical factor. And another important thing was about ethical concerns, which is related to the food safety and all those stuffs. And finally, the climate resilience. Thank you.
Thanks, Santosh. Yeah, food insecurity is still a big issue. One of my hopes would be for everyone to have access to healthy food in the future, and hopefully less waste as well. A lot of people, myself included, don't think about all the processes behind getting food to our tables, right? There's a lot of processes and technology involved in that. and a lot of high-end technology being applied to food production. So hopefully that we'll be able to leverage that in the future to bring more healthy food to everyone. Last but not least, health was the other workshop. So let's hear what were the key takeaways.
As Igor mentioned, not the least. So health is, I think, very important for every individual. We had a very enlightening session, and then I'm merely conveying the wisdom and intelligence of all the participants. And I may not be able to do justice, but then we had a very fruitful discussion, and we started by a little bit of fear from the facilitator saying that the health care system or the health system may remain the same. And one of the group even said that it might even become worse in future. So these are some fears. And then one good aspect is that, one of the group member said that we are abusing our health system ourselves. So every individual must contribute in terms of the healthcare system. For example, we even discussed about drawing a line of abusing ourselves. For example, smoking, drinking alcohol, that's anything that's injurious to health. How do we draw a line? Should the government take a step to prevent those? And do we have preventive education in the schools, in the education system, for example, like mathematics, like science? Do we teach our kids, our children about nutrition? What's good for health? What's not good for health? And these are some aspects that's very important to all of us. And I think one of the things that stood out in terms of the education, in terms of the health discussion is education and preventive healthcare. But then, on the other hand, when we talk about education, it's all about awareness. But then, we also need to have a more global, analysis. For example, we are right now sitting in a very comfortable, atmosphere. No one needing to worry about food, shelter, but there are places where we still need to worry about basic amenities. So when we talk about awareness, I think there's a difference between awareness and accessibility. You may have awareness, but then the accessibility might be a problem in certain areas. And then we also had a very good discussion on the medical professionals. Of course, everyone knows there was an instant where my friend had a backache, and then we went to a hospital here in Fredericton. We had to wait about 10, 12 hours just to see the doctor. And after 10 to 12 hours, fortunately, my friend was all right. We didn't even see the doctor. We went back. So now this brings back to the question of healthcare professionals or medical specialists. Why are there restrictions on medical practices? Someone trained in a certain country is still a doctor. Recognition of medical education or medicine across the borders. Why can't we have a specialist from, let's say, my country, Bhutan, treat a patient in Canada? So why not make use of AI in that case? And we also had a discussion, for example, about letting the medical specialists do their part, that is treatment, and let the AI and all tech-related do the actual diagnosis. But then the fear is there could be a wrong diagnosis because of the not getting access to information. So even in the healthcare system, we discussed about the information and access to information, that the data should be available to everyone. The other things that we discussed about was more stronger legislation in the industries, for example, food industries, and have technology to live longer, but someone even said forever, but I do not know whether you really would like to live forever. But then we are custodians of our own health, so we must play our important role in the healthcare system. There are people abusing healthcare system, and is there a penalty for that? That's something that was discussed. And people or individuals should be able to make a very informed decision. And again, there are fears that politics might play in the healthcare system and might make it worse. And the final thing is, again, acceptance of foreign credentials and fears that the health system can be bad or can be challenging in the future. I can go on, but as I mentioned, I'm merely conveying what was discussed. So these are some things very important discussed in the session.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all again for sharing this. Health is very personal. All of this we have personal experiences with, but sometimes health can be more delicate. So maybe that's why it went more doomsday than the other ones, a little bit, but hopefully some positive ideas as well. So Dom, you want to just wrap up here and
I'll ask Ramila to come up as well. Thank you very much, Igor. Thank you very much, note takers. I want to thank them for taking notes. It's funny, Igor mentioned the doomsday thing. Somebody walked by me after the technology went and went, oh, that was some really good doomsday decisions that we had there. That was really good. So, Ramila, thoughts, takeaways?
Yes, so the short person. Yeah, right. Anyways, so what I really enjoyed being part of the food group and talk about the hopes and fears we have, and that there is a distinction between the systems and the things that we value, right? What do we think when we talk about food? What do we hope for? Something that we really enjoy. These are the values, the beliefs that we have about certain topics. And on the other hand, I heard a lot of technology. There is some sort of entanglement of all these subjects coming, all these topics coming together. And I think it's very important to keep in mind that when we think about the future, what is going to continue and what discontinues. So maybe rephrase it in a different way. What needs to die in order to let something new be born? Yeah, and I think that we do have some sort of agency and influence in that. We have a choice to let things just discontinue so that new things can emerge. And talking about technology, I was wondering, when we talk about it, it seems like in 50 years we will have all the resources to build technology. I mean, thinking about the lithium and the other irons and everything that we need to build drones. And I was wondering, do we still have it in 50 years? Because we all assume we have, and technology and AI will help us and save us. But is that the case? Will we still have it? So that was one of the thoughts that I had about these conversations.
That's sort of wrapping up the morning session. I want to thank everybody. Sorry, I don't need a microphone. I want to thank everybody for participating in a concept of the futures. It is not one future. And that's the critical thing that I want people to walk away with, is that there isn't just one future. There are multiple futures of which we all participate with. We all are trying to be invested in. And I'm going to ask, as we build into the afternoon, that we all work towards being leaders to take us to the futures. Discussing it is one thing. It's like when we talk about entrepreneurship and innovation. The premise of entrepreneurship and innovation, everybody has an idea. Until you put action on that, you are not an entrepreneur. Please put action on the futures. Bring it back to today so that we can look to building the futures that we are imagining.
Yeah, great. That's a wrap.
That's it.
A wrap.
I do want to take just 2 seconds to thank our facilitators in each of the sessions. I do have some small little gifts. So Heather and Catherine and Rilwan and Scott and Phil. And I'm trying to find everybody in the room, but I don't see Scott and Phil.
Scott will return.
Okay, so if you just want to come up and...
Small little gift.
Welcome back. Hope everybody enjoyed lunch, especially Andre, who really wanted to get there. You knew I was going to say it, man. It was going to happen. I hope you're ready for an exciting afternoon. We're going to change the channel a little bit now and go from futures to now. But there's always going to be a flavor of future in it. We're kicking things off, actually, with our second keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Eddie Campbell. He looked at me because he knows I always call him Harold, but Dr. Eddie Campbell, the former president of the University of New Brunswick. Dr. Campbell will share his thoughts on change, leadership, and innovation, a crucial topic as we look forward to the futures. Let's see, it says future, but futures, and continuously evolving role of leadership in fostering innovation and driving meaningful change. Now I have a bio I get to read of Eddie's, and he's telling me no. Dr. Harold Edward Alexander Campbell, and it doesn't say that, but I had to say it, is a Canadian mathematician, university professor, and university administrator. He served as the 18th president and vice chancellor of the University of New Brunswick from 2009 to 2019. Dr. Campbell earned 2 degrees in mathematics from Memorial University of Newfoundland and completed his doctoral studies at the University of Toronto. He held an NSERC postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Western Ontario. In 1983, he joined the Department of Mathematics and Statistics at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, eventually rising to head of that department. Campbell then served as Associate Dean of Faculty of Arts and Science at Queen's. He served as the president. See, I've never been able to do this before. He served as the president of the Canadian Mathematical Society from 2004 to 2006. Campbell returned to his original alma mater in May 2004 to become vice president academic at Memorial. In 2009, he accepted the position of president at UMB. In 2018, the Canadian Mathematical Society listed him in their inaugural class of fellows. The reason why I'm taking so much enjoyment out of this, for those of you who don't know, I was Eddie's chief of staff for a decade. And so I always had to listen to other people introduce him, and I know he hates to be introduced. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Eddie Campbell to the stage.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Dom and Durendra for inviting me here to speak to you today. I'm aware that it's after lunch. Please don't fall asleep too quickly. I can't say no to either one of these gentlemen. I have such high regard and high respect to them. And, well, you know, I did say no to Dom once, and I still have a bruise. I have to tell you a story about Dom. It's my favorite story about Dom, and I'm encouraged by, you know, see, the thing about that introduction, Dom, is I get my revenge. It was one of the first days I had joined UNB. We were walking up the hill here. It's a steep hill, as you may have discovered for yourself, and I was huffing and puffing. And I turned to my new colleague, and I said, "Boy, you have to be in shape to work at this university." And he looked at me and he said, "Round is a shape." And I thought to myself, I guess you have to be mentally tough too. I can't say enough about the work that Durendra has done as the leader of the J Herbert Smith Centre for Technology Management and Entrepreneurship. I met Durendra early on in 2009. We both joined the university at more or less the same time. There's a longer story here. I'm going to tell you why I was interested in the ideas of entrepreneurship in a bit, but it was really clear to me that I had met somebody who was world-class in what he was doing. And if I had to summarize what I believe to be one of the most important functions of leadership, perhaps the most important function a leader can have, is to find the best people and to give them all the support you possibly can. And that's that guy right there. I have all the respect in the world for him and what he's been able to accomplish here. I want to give you some... I want to give you some context for my current set of thoughts. There's too much randomness in here in my head. I'm sorry about that. Not necessarily all that coherent, but here we go. It's a strange world we live in at the moment. All sorts of incoherent people are around us. There was an editorial in the Globe and Mail about a week or so ago concerning the election that we're currently having here in New Brunswick. Both the major parties got a bit spanked by the editorial on the grounds that the platforms were incrementalist in nature and not anywhere near what they should be to meet the challenges that we have. That's the Globe talking, not me. The other thing they noted in that editorial was a truly appalling statistic. It's only one statistic, but it was not good news. It said Nova Scotia and New Brunswick are in a race to the bottom of the per capita gross domestic product in North America. That, I hadn't known that, and I found it discouraging. And then I got up out of the hotel this morning and I hopped in the cab and drove over here on this beautiful day to this beautiful campus, and I met all of you. And I believe that there is embodied in this room the kind of ambition and drive and vision that we need in New Brunswick right now. And it's your job, our job collectively, to go out there and do just that. Dom referenced it earlier. I'm going to come back to it, but talk is cheap. Doing things that really matter, creating things, building businesses, startups, whatever. You have to act. I'm going to come back to this as well. I did want to tell you, as Dom referenced, I am a mathematician. I've returned to my, well, I never left doing research in mathematics. I'm working on a book with two colleagues called The Invariant Theory of the Classical Finite Groups. If this talk doesn't go well, you'll hear all about it. I recall meeting UNB grad Mac McClellan, who was a big success in banking in Chicago. And his secretary took me in to meet him, and she introduced me to Mac as Mr. Campbell. And then realizing that, you know, I did do a PhD, she said, she was all apologetic. I'm so sorry, I should have called you Dr. Campbell. And I said, well, yeah, I guess I'm a doctor, but I'm not the kind of doctor that helps people unless, well, you have a math emergency, then feel free to call me. Okay, so I want to offer you a few thoughts, ostensibly about leadership. Tell you a few stories. I may even assign you some homework. I'm not going to make a lot of arguments. I don't intend to try to persuade. I just want to toss a few ideas out there, and you can think about them as you will. The stories I have, I want to tell you a little bit about some of the extraordinary leaders that I got to meet. One of the joys of my job was fundraising. You only meet highly successful people in that game because the fundraisers don't let you meet anybody but highly successful people who may be able to help your university out. There were some really, really great people. It was very interesting to meet. In some sense, I got a big education. I would always ask them about their business, what was going on, what challenges they faced. Often I met them several times. There were always a long list of challenges. That never changed, but the challenges would differ from time to time. I also met, nearly all of them were happy. And I took to wondering, were they happy because they were successful? Or were they successful because they were happy? And I think I land on the latter. They were successful because they were happy people. You know, happy people have a way of bringing people along with them. You know, I encourage you to think about that. Which person do you want to be? There is this idea that I like rather a lot. It's called the concept of service leadership, the leader as servant of the communities to which they belong. That's got some value. That's worth thinking about. certainly the joy that I had in administration was the feeling that I was helping others. Never mind that some of them wished I would go away and help some other group of people. Preferably those other people would be quite far away. But that's what comes with these positions. When I was at Queen's, as you heard from Dom, we referred to the administration building as the Puzzle Palace. And I knew lots of the administrators there, and I knew them to be good people, but oftentimes the decisions were puzzling and hard to understand. And that's just part of the territory. Jim Downey, one of my successors, predecessors, 1980 to 1990, president here, a man from Newfoundland, told a great story at the launch of a book here. He was in his first year as the president here. It was a snowy winter's day in January, and he was getting ready to leave the Puzzle Palace here at UNB, putting on his scarf and bundling up, at the same time as he met a faculty member, a female faculty member who was likewise getting ready to go out into the snowy, stormy day. And she looked at him, this is Jim telling the story, and she said, "There was never so much snow when Colin B. Mackay was the president." And as Jim said, I looked for the twinkle in her eye, but alas, there wasn't one. Okay, so I'm gonna, oh yeah, so here's an obvious thing. Life is complicated and messy, and advice is cheap and free, so I'm here to give you some advice. Words I try to live by, a really simple phrase, work hard, have fun, make a difference. I often add the word significant in there. Be kind. And I'll spend a couple of times. You never know what people are going through. You never know when a colleague is struggling with a really difficult problem. You never know if somebody's going through a divorce or somebody has died. You should not assume that a person who's not presenting their best self is at their best. Just be careful about that. Be kind. I think that's really important advice for all of us. Most people you meet desire to do a good job and to be a good person. And that's the best place to start with everyone you meet, on that premise. You do have to remember there are some bad people in the world. So on the administration front, here's what I have discovered. There are good and bad ideas, and these are supported by good and bad arguments, which are made by good and bad people. Your job is to find the good ideas and not to be fooled by the people making the arguments. And that's, I've been fooled by good people with good arguments, but bad ideas. I learned that the hard way. Okay, so I wanted to tell you about some of the people I've met here. When I was president here, two of our Indigenous leaders, Dave and Imelda Purley, ran into a spot of trouble. They weren't being treated correctly in some way or other. The details aren't important. Dom caught wind of this. We wound up sitting down with the two of them. I was unhappy with the story they had to tell. And I asked David why he wasn't angry. And he told me we had essentially a reply in two parts. The first part of which is he had discovered, to be exact, he said to me, "You should have seen me when I was younger." Then he said, "Then I discovered anger only hurt me. It wasn't doing me any good, and it wasn't helping my cause. People don't listen to angry people." And that stayed with me. Calmness is an underrated virtue, and I think it's particularly important in a leader and particularly important in times of crisis. You just chill, keep calm, carry on. Those words matter. I want to talk to you about my friend Dr. Keith McIntosh. He ran a firm called PQA, a quality assurance software firm here in Fredericton for a long time. 10 years ago, he joined a program run by the Governor General here where they would collect 40 people believed to have potential from across the country and introduce them to some of the big problems confronting the country. In the year that Keith attended that program, the problem was Indigenous poverty in Canada. We all know a very great problem. And Keith was involved in training his employees at the time. And he thought to himself, there's no reason that I can't train Indigenous people with a high school education to become a quality assurance software. So now he's got a couple of hundred employees, about, I think there's some 66 of them, just over a third of them are Indigenous, and they are living and working on the reserves. It's remote work. And he formulated a goal to become an Indigenous-owned company, and a majority Indigenous-owned company, and he is at this day. In this age of pretendians, it's important to recognize that Indigenous-owned means genuinely Indigenous-owned in the matter of Keith, and that's not always the case when you hear that phrase. Just something to think about. So I think the world of Keith, and you know, when we have our land acknowledgements, they can too often have a kind of performative feel to them, words, not actions. And here we have somebody in our own community who acted to address a really big problem that we have in Canada. I like to, I think our society succeeds when we have a balance between equality of opportunity and equality of outcomes. Now, when you think about equality of outcomes, which is where our society spends a great deal of its time thinking and discussing, there are many reasons why you might have inequality of outcomes, including disadvantages that people suffer from. But there's also this fact that I'm probably better at mathematics than everybody else in this room. Maybe. Natural talents are real, and differences between natural talents and each individual, that they matter. They make a difference in terms of outcomes, which is why I also like to say we need a balance there between equality of opportunity. When I think of the average Canadian at the beginning of a, say it's a 100-meter race, we're all standing, most of us are standing there at the starting line. And if we turn and look behind, well, there's a whole bunch of marginalized people back there, including our Indigenous peoples. They're not here, they're there. That's not equality of opportunity, and that's something we need to care about. That's, okay, that's a lecture, isn't it? I apologize. It's an occupational hazard. Dick Curry is our former chancellor. I worked with him most of the time I was here. He was one of Canada's leading chief executive officers. He took Loblaws in the course of the 25 years he was there from a $2 billion a year company to a $14 billion a year company, 25% growth per year for each year of 25 years. Simply amazing record. I once had a conversation with him when I asked him, you hang around with people who got fooled by Bernie Madoff, the pyramid scam artist. I said, how come you didn't invest? He said, well, you know, he was claiming returns like 15% a year over a decade, and that can't be real. And I said, I'm talking to you, Dick. You grew your company 25% a year for 25. He just said, oh, that was different. I asked Dick the secret of his success at Loblaws, and he said to me, great products in great stores in great locations. He might have added that he surrounded himself with really smart people who could execute on that vision. Those are words. They have to mean something. And that's what Dom was saying earlier. Great ideas require great follow-through. A great idea on its own is nothing. It requires execution. Okay, how much time do I have, Dom? I want to, yes, I want to talk to you about Mac McClellan, whom I met. And he was the person who first articulated the following saying, which is, in life, it's 10% what happens to you, and it's 90% how you react. And again, it's not that I had never heard it phrased exactly that way, but I really believe that is true. Stuff is going to happen. Good stuff and bad stuff. And it's how you react is going to make all the difference in your life. That's what you need to think about. There's always going to be challenges. Anyway, I want to talk about homilies for a minute. At various times in my life, I've thought of administration as just a collection of pithy sayings. You know, you say something like, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. But coupled to that, there is this other saying, if at first you don't succeed, try again. And I think you have to hold both those thoughts in your head. Maybe the two together suggest you shouldn't quit, but you should try it a little bit differently the next time. I think all homilies are like that. You've all heard the phrase, don't be a quitter. And there's value in that phrase. But at the same time, you're going to may wind up in some toxic environment. And it's not appropriate to stay there. You should walk away, or at the very least, you may be trapped by circumstance in that place. You need to plan your escape. So, don't be a quitter. You need to, that's not right, just as stated. Okay, another story. An American entrepreneur asked me at the meetings of our executive team. He offered me the opinion that if the only word you hear in that meeting is the word yes, you have an opportunity for some significant cost savings. No? Yeah, you want to encourage disagreement and dissension. You need to have the different ideas in the room. They shouldn't all be the same. Oh yeah, on the be kind front, a favorite memory of mine is a student of mine who took a remedial math course from me. And I loved teaching that course. But the kids weren't so happy, the students weren't so happy, because they were in a remedial math class and they didn't like that. But this student wrote me years afterwards to thank me for treating her and her fellow students as smart people. They felt dumb because they were in a remedial, but I just thought they were students who were having trouble with math, and I was going to help them love the subject the way I did. That woman went on to become a doctor, and writing me years later to say thank you for that. I'll treasure that memory for a long time. Okay, I'm getting there, Dom. If you hadn't gone on, so never mind. You will all have heard this. This relates to the saying that I gave you from Mac McClellan. Mike Tyson apparently wants heard to say, everyone's got a plan until someone hits them in the mouth. And there's the 10% you got hit in the mouth. Now what are you going to do? Yeah, so, and that's... Okay, I'm going to assign you some homework. Sorry, another occupational hazard. There are 4 words that begin with the letter P that I like to think about from time to time. Each of them deserves its own essay, Oh, this is your homework. You had 4 essays to write. I want you to think of the words pride, persistence, which I did touch on, purpose, and passion. And I'm going to leave it there. Thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Blakely.
Thank you so much, Eddie. Yeah, that was my very, by the way, the story that he mentioned about me, that was day one. Literally, we talked in the office and we walked up to Timmy's to grab a coffee. I have heard that story told on almost every continent in the world, and it still embarrasses the hell out of me, and I'm surprised he kept me on as an employee. He's already run away. So thank you, Eddie, for your inspiring speech. Next up, we will actually have our first panel of the afternoon, which is Leading Change, Navigating the Role of Leadership in an Always Evolving Market. This panel will explore how leaders can successfully adapt to rapid technological shifts, evolving consumer demands, and global disruptions. We'll hear insights from leaders across various sectors on how they manage uncertainty while staying competitive and making a positive impact on the communities. Our panelists for the discussions are, and when I mention your name, I'll ask you to come to the stage and sit in the first 4 chairs. We will have our moderator set in the last one. Actually, I'll call up the moderator first so that you don't have to walk in front of other people. Nemuhovic, who is the program analyst at the J Herbert Smith Centre. Dr. Jules Maitland, founder of All In Research and Innovation. Kumaran Thilandaraja, co-founder and CTO of Smart Skin Technologies. Sam McGee, director of the Lehman Program on Creativity and Entrepreneurship at Harvard University. And Estelle Duaro, founder and former CEO of Coffee Beauty. So let's dive into a very important conversation on leadership.
Thank you, Dom. It's my pleasure to moderate this panel, and I would like to start by just giving a little bit of a bigger introduction to our panelists. So I'll start with Jules. She's an experienced researcher, designer, and strategic thinker. She has a PhD in computer science, a multidisciplinary background in nursing, human-computer interaction, digital health, and social innovation. She moved to Canada in 2009 to join the National Research Council's People-Centered Technologies Group before transitioning to industry. She is the founder of All In Research and Innovation, a public service design and social change agency. She's also the founder of Civic Tech Fredericton, a member of the Atlantic Social Impact Exchange Advisory Committee, and has supported the public sector innovation initiatives in Canada, the UAE, and the UK. Our next panelist is Kumran, who is the co-founder and CTO of Smart Skin Technologies, and he initially developed the concept of Smart Skin in 2008. Since then, the company has seen some pivots until they were able to find the right market. Today, Smart Skin Technologies provides industrial Internet of Things-based productivity solutions globally to the food, beverage, and pharmaceutical sectors. Along the way, Smart Skin Technologies has actually won quite a few awards, and most notably in 2015, Smart Skin was listed on Deloitte Fast 50 2015 Companies to Watch, and also won the first place at the World Beverage Innovation Awards in Germany in 2016. Kumran himself was listed in RBC Top 25 Canadian Immigrants Across the Country in 2016. Smart Skin has also won the Best Innovation in Manufacturing at PharmaPack 2020 in Paris. Up next, we have Sam, who is actually joining us all the way from Boston. Sam is the Director on Creativity and Entrepreneurship at Harvard's Lehman Program. Sam works to connect the education, innovation, and creative entrepreneurship communities. Previously, he was the entrepreneur in residence at Harvard University for HLT's Operation Impact, an arts administrator at MIT, a creative entrepreneurship lecturer at Boston University, and a schools teacher and an arts department chair. He independently consults on education innovation and arts education integration best practices via his arts and education startups. He advises multiple arts and education ventures and serves on several startup and arts admin boards. And our last but not least panelist is Estelle, who began her professional career in car sales at BMW in Moncton. After being awarded the top salesperson in Canada, she continued her passion for sales, teaching at CCMB and to sales professionals across Canada. She is an award-winning entrepreneur and the founder of Coffee Beauty, a natural line of body care products. Coffee Beauty products are distributed across Canada, the US, and they are sold online internationally. Estelle sold her company in 2023. So based on the introductions, all of you come from different industries. So I want to start by asking you all, how do you personally keep up with technological advancements in your industry? And since I would like to ask this question to all four of you, I think I'll just begin from Estelle and then move towards me.
Hello, everyone. I do think it's really important to not only look at your industry, but everyone else's industry to keep current. Sometimes we pigeonhole ourselves in just knowing what goes on in our specific industry, our specific trade shows, our specific events. I find when we get into groups like this or similar activities, you kind of see other like-minded people, but you see the relevance, the innovations, the changes, and how other people see the same problem you might have, but in a different lens.
Thank you so much. Sam?
All right. This is on, yes. Okay. So in our space, how do we keep with tech innovation? So Meg and I, who have founded Harvard Health Lab, and that's why we're here, which is an accelerator for students who want to make the world a better place. So our space is a social space, essentially, and so we're convening students. And as you all know, students are the ones that are really making great gains in technology and who can, in many ways, translate that back to those of us who, aren't necessarily as technical as they are. So yeah, we lean on our students quite a lot. And the other thing that's interesting about the advancement of technology and seeing students use it is a lot of us can have an allergy to new tech, right? And to see these creative students apply new tech, I'll just say it, AI, in ways that are positive and generative, that's super exciting. So I use students to inform me on everything. That's me. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Kumran?
I guess I use customers. So in our industry, we are the leading edge. We're introducing cutting edge technology, so many times they'll come to us and say, hey, you can do this really cool thing. Can you do this other thing as well? Can you build this other product that we think would be really amazing? And part of our growth has been like listening to those ideas and picking the ones that we think actually have merit, that actually have a broad appeal that can help many customers, and we choose which ones we want to pursue.
Thank you. Jules?
Yeah, ditto to everyone. I get to cheat and say yes, yes, yes. I'm like a voracious reader, and so I read commentary, books from experts who are dedicating their lives to the development or the critique of technology. And I think, yes, looking across industries, but also across worldviews. We talked about different, there are multiple futures. There are very many worldviews beyond our beyond my European-centric, Western-centric, capitalism, based worldview. And so looking at the global south, looking for indigenous perspectives, some of the most revolutionary thoughts I've read about AI actually comes from indigenous futurists. Kind of expand the disciplines, but also expand your worldviews.
Thank you so much. And to kind of just connect all of this, we heard all of your opinions coming from your own industries, but how important is collaboration across different sectors in leading change? And I kind of want to open this to anyone.
I'll just go ahead and break the ice and start and say collaborate. It feels almost as if if you don't collaborate, you can't get anything done, right? Of course, there are exceptions to the rules, and when we were talking about entrepreneurship, we always discourage solo entrepreneurs because you need to have a constant feed of new information, and you can't be that only source. So collaboration, without it, there really is no moving forward. So it feels like it's almost so critical to any sort of action that, not doing it is right out of the gate, the end.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, I would back that up. For those who don't know my background, I did start Coffee Beauty, but I was also in the Summer Institute accelerator program, which was here, which is absolutely phenomenal. But I think when you start, you kind of only see what you see, and that program just puts you with other CEOs and other founders and other like-minded people, like I said earlier, that have the same problems, but just in a completely different industry. It could be, even though I had a beauty company, I still had some technological, or I needed to build a Shopify store, needed designers, needed to get the reports for everything. So we all do still have the same problems in different industries, but when you get together with other people and just see how everyone else can collaborate together, it just makes everything go so much faster.
Thank you so much.
So in our experience, we can't get anything done if we don't have all the stakeholders involved. And for us, the first step is understanding who the stakeholders are. And we actually pick our projects based on how many stakeholders there are, and if we are comfortable that we can get alignment to get things done. Our industry, the food and beverage industry, is actually very hesitant to change. The pharmaceutical industry is very welcoming of our innovation. In food and in that industry, whenever new technology is introduced, it's always with the mindset of replacing people. And so whenever a new technology is introduced, they're always very, why are we doing this? What's the end result going to be? And so part of it is helping them understand that this is not a product that's going to replace people, but help people make better decisions. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
I think we do a lot of work in the public service. So there's a lot of complex social problems. There are some kind of wicked problems. Anyone who hasn't taken Cush's course should do. I don't know what I can't say you are. And so we all have, we talk about complex problems as an elephant, and we all see the problem from our perspective. And our perspective isn't wrong, but it's incomplete. And so if you don't bring all of the other people that are touched by the elephant sounds wrong. If you don't bring the other stakeholders in the room, we're working with incomplete assumptions and incomplete perspectives, and even just asking that question of who's in the room, like who's not in the room today, who should have a say in imagining the future, it's the only way anything's going to get done differently.
It's interesting how collaboration can look differently in different spaces, and collaboration within the academy brings its own really difficult challenges, but when it happens, great benefits. But collaborating in another space like yours is a different driver. It's fascinating how how it's different.
Thank you all so much. So Kumran actually kind of touched upon my next question, but again, since we're kind of having many different industries, I would just like to hear the other panelists' opinion on in your own company or institution, what do you see as being the biggest resistant to change, and how do you address these?
In my opinion, like people. I've been in I had my own company, worked at different companies where some employees had been there for 25 years plus. And it's really just we touched a little bit about this in some workshops, it's to be the change, like show it. Actions are so much more than words. If you just expect to say things and expect everyone to change, it's not gonna happen. So actually doing what you want and being that role model, I think is the best way because when the people don't wanna change, but when they see and not just hear what you are envisioning, sometimes that helps.
Yeah, I would say I think despite a lot of the critiques of the public sector, there's a lot of people who are working really hard in the public sector and trying to make change. And I think sometimes it can be slow for many reasons, but the way things are right now, it feels like everybody's constantly fighting fires. And in the keynote this morning, there was a conversation about, the ability to imagine futures when you're surviving. And that's almost what the public sector is experiencing right now. They're just fighting to make it through the day. And when the emphasis has historically been on efficiency and removing redundancy, redundancy also gives you resiliency, and it gives you space for creativity. And so what we like, when we come and when we work with departments or we work with teams, to speak to what you just said, there's a little bit of just modeling an alternative way and just creating a bit of a safer space to experiment, to be playful, to be creative, and just hope that's just planting seeds for longer term change.
Thank you so much. Sam?
Yeah, thank you for that. So the biggest challenge is, again, working in the academy. I'm just thinking, routine is good, right? But routine can eventually equal a rut and unchangeability. And so pushing up against the routine of big education is tricky, and in many ways, it's immovable. And so I have found the biggest challenge for us is really messaging what we're trying to do. And so when you come into a space like we do, and you say creativity and entrepreneurship, those two things, and so that's in the title of everything that we do, those two things create reaction. And it's messaging past that reaction that is really, really tricky. Creativity, no problem. Everybody loves that or wants to love that, right? Entrepreneurship is different. And when I'm trying to launch these things in new space, so at Harvard, it's really hard. There's an allergy to action. So taking from President Campbell, thank you. You have to act. That's a great takeaway from that keynote. Act, act, act. And it's that allergy to action, which is a big hurdle, which maybe is risk aversion, I don't know. But back to your point, giving them the role modeling, the permission structure to continue forward is one way that I've been able, and Meg and I, doing what we do, have been able to get over these hurdles.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I spoke about how in the industry we are leading change, but inside SmartSkin also we're constantly changing. We're constantly innovating, developing new products, introducing it, and that can be very uncomfortable. And I think initially, for me personally, change was very difficult. SmartSkin is called SmartSkin because it was supposed to be a prosthetic skin, a skin for prosthetic limbs. And now we make sensors for packaging, and there's no straight line from there to there. So there was a lot of change, and it was initially very uncomfortable. But now I've become very zen about it, and I don't tie my identity to what I do today because it's going to be completely different tomorrow, and getting the whole team to think that way, because we're constantly changing those things, and it's not defining what we are.
Thank you so much. When talking about technological changes, I think we are all aware that they come with a lot of ethical implications and challenges. So how can leadership evolve to address these ethical challenges that come with technological changes? I think I'll start with Jules this time.
Oh, who wants to go first on that one? Thank you. Yeah, this was a tough one, and it's tough. I don't know, I'm kind of sound super preachy, and I apologize, but I mean, it starts with yourself. It starts, and I would say, my team is a team of leaders, so I think this goes across the board. But it starts with knowing your values and adopting an ethical stance in line with your values. And in my experience, you know, accepting that you're going to be giving something up if you're going to take an ethical stance. And so, yeah, I mean, you've got to live your values, and you've got to be okay with losing out on some projects, or, you know, or not making the great profit margin, or, you know, whatever that is. And yeah, I don't know. I hate to say be brave, because that feels so cliche, but yeah, know your values and live them.
Thank you, Jules. Kumran?
Yeah, so yeah, we've looked at a lot of different applications of SmartSkin, and there are definitely some things that we wouldn't do for ethical reasons, but even the things that we do, like as I mentioned, we have to be very careful how we communicate that to our customers so that they appreciate that this is coming from a good place and this is something that's going to help them. And if you don't do that, you can ostracize your customer base. And initially one of our biggest challenges was that leadership in these plants and these companies were buying this because they thought it was a very innovative solution, they should have it. But then the people in the plant were like, oh no, this is technology, this is bad, we're going to hide this somewhere. And so many times it's gotten lost or stolen, and it was, you know, getting that buy-in from the plant floor all the way up that was key to making progress with our customers.
Thank you so much. Sam?
Yeah, well, I'll just tell a little story if that helps, because I can't answer that question. And then I do like, and this has happened multiple times up here, you brought up the word Zen, you brought up like balance, and all of these talks and all of these conversations I've had with friends here over these last few days, this idea of balance, right? It keeps coming up, talking about how physics has sort of ended up being mystical as another like all of these movements towards the human have been really fascinating for me. So a quick story, I ran an arts competition, an art startup, an incubator at MIT, and we got this team applied, and the idea is we have this place called the Infinite Corridor. It's a 400-yard hallway, and they had a monitor, and the monitor had a camera, and it would look at your face, and if you were smiling, it would put a yellow smiley face on you on the video up here. If you weren't, you'd get a bow tie and nothing. And if you were sad, you get the sad face. Awesome, I love this. This is a fun project. It's engaging with the population. Fast forward, facial recognition for airports. I didn't see it. I should have seen it. So my answer is now I just look for, okay, what is this? How can this be used? And then have that conversation and just make sure that there are lots of folks around me, lots of folks around the teams I'm working with who are checking, right? Checks and balances. We also use United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as a way to check on ethics, and that's okay. But balance, it all feels like just balancing and having these open conversations to get to the truth of what it is that they're doing.
And I think even just to add to that, because I completely forgot about the technology part of that question, is in the same sense, just like articulating what those trade-offs are, articulating what the different considerations beyond the technology itself. I think that goes a long way, instead of like making it this black, this mystery box where, oh sure, there's environmental issues, but we won't worry about that. No, let's just bring it out in the open and make decisions based on that. So.
Thank you, Jules. Estelle?
I would just agree with Jules completely, and it's sticking to what values you have. And as Kuraman said, like, if you are gonna do something or not do something, to communicate it with your customers and why, and the values should always be discussed when you're doing things anyway, so they should understand pretty quickly why you're doing or not doing something for your ethical standards.
Thank you so much. I am loving everyone's answers, but I also just want to be mindful that we are supposed to have 2 more panels after this one. So I just kind of want to end it with one question about your lessons learned as a leader while navigating constant change. And to not put the ladies on the spot, I'll start in the middle this time. So Kumran, if you want to start with a lesson learned as a leader while navigating change. just kind of thinking, what's your lesson learned as a leader while navigating change? What's the biggest lesson you have learned?
It's to communicate why we're changing or why we're introducing change. As I speak this year, we're introducing this. I can't talk about it, but this new product could obsolete a lot of products that we sold the last few years. So a lot of people wonder, why are we doing this? Why are we voluntarily doing this? And it's because if we don't do this, someone else might. And it's better that we lead this change because we think this is a really important innovation and we want to be the ones that bring this forward. And so, we're asking the whole team to get on board in this new direction that is a little bit uncomfortable. And, we do this all the time. Like every year we're introducing new products that we think are going to change the world. And sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. And so we just have to be, we just gotten really comfortable with writing that.
Thank you so much. Sam, maybe in your academia background?
Yeah, so in the term came up in the keynote, service leadership, and I hadn't heard that for a little bit until I was maybe a year into taking over the role that I have now, which just happened, and I'm very excited it did happen, but I have found that service leadership, and again, I wasn't defining it that way, seems to be a really great way, at least for me, to move forward with the team that I'm with. And so I just keep it in my mind all the time. I am here to help students make the world a better place. I'm here to help my team help the students do that. So my job is just to what can I do to help? How can I help you? And maybe that doesn't sound like leadership, but it seems to be working on my end.
Definitely is. Estelle, for you, your biggest
on leadership,
lesson learned?
in my best experience, I had Coffee Beauty for 8 years, worked with different people. It's really, as a type A personality that likes things a certain way, it's being open-minded, slowing down. And really, I've realized 2 + 2 = 4, but so does 3 + 1. There's not always really this one way that you can see things going. And that was really the eye-opener for me, that just because I've seen things my way and I'm in sales and that's what I'm really good at, kind of like the keynote speaker said, I'm good at what I do, but encouraging other people to show what they're really good at and sit back and really look and listen and see how we can get the same results, just different ways.
Yeah, I would echo that, and I think it's one of those. I don't feel I don't manage my team. I'm there to support my team, get out of the way. As somebody mentioned earlier, hire really smart people and trust them. If you're not willing to cede control, do it yourself. You don't need a team. And one of the things that I've learned more recently kind of in change is that I thrive in ambiguity. Give me a murky problem and I can go for days. Not everybody loves that. And so, there's been kind of learning to work with the different, people thrive in different parts of the problem solving process or the innovation process. So just being mindful of that. If somebody's struggling, it's not them, it might be the problem that you're working on.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this panel. Do we have time for... No? Okay. I'll just actually use my time for another round of applause for Estelle, Sam, Kumran, and Jules. Thank you so much.
Before everybody runs off, we do have some little gifts.
It was awesome. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Thought someone was going to ask if I could beat you at golf.
Of course they are going to ask that. That's just me. Thank you so very much.
Pleasure.
Sam doesn't get one.
I don't want it.
You don't get one? You've got a nice one.
Oh, you're sitting.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you. So yes, another round of applause, please, for our great panel. Thank you so very much. We are running behind. I do apologize. That's why I didn't allow questions. We will have a coffee break after this panel, so please engage with the panelists at that time. Was that good? You like that? That was good. So thank you so very much to our panelists and the insightful, I'm going back to my script now. So now we move on to our second panel, social change, supporting initiatives to make the world a better place. This panel will explore how innovation and leadership can address societal challenges. We'll hear from professionals on how they align their organization's missions with broader societal goals while balancing business priorities. I'm going to first call up our moderator, just because they get stuck on the far side of the... So Tosin Ajibola, please join us. Tosin is the co-founder of Welcome You here in Fredericton and a graduate of the MTME program, turns out 5 years ago. So welcome. And our panelists are Dr. Carol Nemiroff, Dean of UMB's Renaissance College. Thank you very much. Meg Murphy, founding advisor of Harvard Health Lab Accelerators. Meg's not even using the stairs now, so that's fine. Dr. Susan Reed, professor in the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice at St. Thomas University. And Marcel Lebrun, founder of 12 Neighbors. What was worse is he looked at me and then walked to that side. I don't know. I just.
What a way to start, eh? Thanks, Marcel. Okay, super excited to be here today. Thanks, Dom, for the introductions and the topic today, which is, supporting initiative to make the world a better place. This particular panel is really exciting to me because that social space is one space that I've really been trying to understand, and I'm just really excited for the conversation that we're going to have. So, yeah, I'll start with a very first question, which is one of the questions that a lot of people, when they start to speak about social impact, social enterprises, try to understand is, how do you strike a balance between profitability, competition, and just the social responsibilities that you have? So, Carol, I think I'll start with you.
So I don't run a business, but I have some thoughts about this. And the first one is that this is a sort of a false dichotomy that's a product of people using a very short time frame. So when you're comparing short-term gains and short-term costs against longer run, I don't think that there's a dichotomy there. I don't think you have to sacrifice one for the other. I do think, I apologize in advance for saying, I think this is a place where government regulation can help to level the playing field, both by subsidizing new ventures, but also by ensuring that the externalized costs, the costs that aren't usually ascribed to the people who are degrading the environment or engaging in unfair work practices, they don't usually pay those costs. And so I think that government can have a role to play in ensuring that those costs actually land where they should land. And the second you do that, I don't think you're going to see much profitability for bad practices.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so, I think this question will resonate so much with Marcel because you've been in the business world and the social world as well. So, yeah, I would love to hear from you.
We'll turn it on. There we go. Thanks, Tosin. I think that I agree very much. I think that the purpose of business is primarily to improve the state of the world. And I think that, we talk a lot about social enterprises versus for-profit business. And to me, it's kind of a differentiator that, in a way, doesn't need to exist because every business needs to figure out what impact they're having and how they're going to do it sustainably. And I think, of course, there are some entrepreneurs that wake up and just think, how can I just make money? But that gets boring very fast, you know, and so you need something more than that. And I think that really we need to offer things to each other that make our lives better and figure out how to sustain it. So, yeah.
Awesome, thanks. Dr. Susan, do you have any thoughts?
Sure. Hello? Hello?
Hi.
I don't have a business, and I'm not in the business of trying to make money either. So this is quite a stretch, perhaps, in some ways, but my work really is about trying to get people to look after other people, and particularly vulnerable people. So I do work with women in prison and young people that are incarcerated, and then their families. And the cost savings are remarkable when you start to think about how much it costs to put somebody in prison for a year. So the women in federal custody, for example, is costing us $175,000 a year to lock them up. So we go in and we offer them coffee and a cookie maybe. And we sit and talk to them about what would it take for you to come up with some ideas for your own personal development. And you would be absolutely blown away by the kinds of things that they come up with. So we have an undone book club, which is for people that don't have a very high literacy level. So how do you have somebody sit in a book team when they can't read? We hand out Post-it notes and some books that have plain language. They pick, they go away and they post up their pages of quotes that they think might be really, you know, very helpful for somebody. Then they come back together in the group with one quote and they hold their own discussions. How easy is that in terms of a self-help group that any volunteer could go in, make the coffee, set up the sweets, and the women themselves can do that work? That would save an awful lot of money in terms of having to have very specific kinds of programming for women, and also they can carry on in the outside.
Awesome, thank you so much, Doc. So yeah, Meg, we'll move over to you with our next question. So it's a two-part question.
Can I answer that?
Absolutely.
Even though I don't have a business?
Yeah, okay.
Hello? Yes, okay. So just a quick thing on that, which is that it's very interesting to hear what everyone has just said about reframing it. It doesn't have to be a dichotomy. It gets old in entrepreneurship if it's all about money. Because what we're trying to do with Harvard Health Lab accelerators, which we're so happy to be bringing here to Canada, to New Brunswick, is reframe entrepreneurship around really making a social impact. And one phrase that one of our friends of the program uses a lot that we love is that you can do well while doing good, right? So, I mean, it's very much that it doesn't have to be that dichotomy, as you say. So that's it. And I'd love to hear the next.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for adding that. So yeah, the next question would be, so what are the ways to encourage more young women to pursue entrepreneurship? And what lessons have you learned through leadership from your years of experience working with girls?
Thank you. Okay, I love that question. I'm highly motivated by this idea of helping girls and women, but also just inclusivity. So my time goes back to, I started at the University of Toronto as an editor at the Varsity, and I was very activist there and very involved with feminism, but many issues. What I found over time is that you just really need to create a culture where people feel comfortable. So again, to go back to Health Lab, we're defining ourselves as a social impact accelerator. And what we've found is that attracts people who don't necessarily, like much of entrepreneurship in higher ed has come out of engineering and business. And there's a tendency to think that you need to be like at Harvard, a Harvard Business School student, somebody with this kind of defining themselves as an entrepreneur. Well, we attract change makers. We sort of message. I do a lot of the messaging for Health Lab. We message around, we want change makers. We want people who want to solve problems, and they'll use entrepreneurship to do that. And this very much attracts girls and women because, research even shows that they're drawn to this idea of making social change. So that kind of inclusivity works just by kind of creating a culture shift where you're lifting people up, would be my...
Awesome. Yeah, Doc, do you have
First of all, I agree with everything you just said. I also find that the phrase entrepreneurship seems to carry with it the idea of risk as opposed to creativity. And so there are issues with the stereotypes or the societal expectations around being a woman versus not being a woman that box in young women. And one of those societal scripts is around leadership. So very often, young women or young girls are engaging in things that I would certainly identify as leadership activities. They're engaging in change, they're motivating people, but they're doing it differently from that stereotype of leadership, which was the guy out in front in the spotlight leading the charge. And instead, they're doing it in a way that involves flexible role sharing, being in the background, more of the servant leadership. And so part of the challenge is to get the girls to see themselves as leaders or to see what they're doing as leadership. Sometimes it's better to focus on the role of leading rather than you as the focus.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful answer. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, Dr. Susan?
I love your concept about girls and women, about them seeing themselves with a different light. So let's take vulnerable women and how do they see themselves? Just pause for a moment, put your head there. I pick the highest risk offenders. I go in and say, okay, the research shows that if you put the most intensive interventions for the highest risk offenders, you're going to actually make a change. Because we make a mistake by putting people who are low-risk offenders into a program that really underscores, oh my gosh, you're a bad person. And what do they end up doing? They continue to be a bad person. So I happen to teach at the other institution across the road, at the Institute of St. Thomas University. I have to get that in there. I am wearing the red, and Dr. Faruqi, I see you sitting there. I'm so sorry. We have a very firm commitment to social justice at St. Thomas University. And we also have a lot of young women that come to St. Thomas University, sometimes as first-generation students. And I believe that they have a lot of very strong role models in our faculty who do lots of things with them that are risky. So when we talk about social impact and social entrepreneurship, many of my students have followed me into these places that I go and see the most vulnerable. And many of them have graduated and gone on to actually make change in government at fairly significant roles as directors and executive directors. So when we talk about a leader, I call my leaders non-traditional leaders. And they're picked because they have been in maximum security, or they're there because they've committed a really serious offense. And the reason that I pick them is because nobody picks those people. They're constantly in trouble, and nobody asks them, what are your skills? What are your talents? What do you really excel at? And one small story, just to hammer this home, there was one prison for women in Canada up until the late 80s. And we actually met one of those women in our provincial jail who had spent time at the old Kingston prison for women. So you know that she's a little worn, a little older. We go through this process of using positive psychology, which I'm turning to my peer. We all have within us 24 character strengths: kindness, perseverance, prudence, self-regulation, appreciation of love and beauty, kindness, humor. This woman, her top strength was humor. And we have a big party, we have cake, we give them certificates, we have a specific handshaking ceremony where we say, I saw you using your humor when? And we give them a certificate. This old doll had never in her life received a certificate. No one had ever been able to talk to her about what her skills, talents, and abilities were. Imagine being in your 60s and never getting a participation ribbon. So when we think about how do women see themselves, go to the worst women in terms of their self-esteem and think about how, if we can impact them, imagine what kind of a world we'll live in. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing. Yep. Okay, yeah, I know, Marcel, with 12 Neighbors, there's also been a lot of women that you've worked with there. So what's that experience? What is, like how are people able to, how are you cultivating entrepreneurship and just the power of creativity within that group?
Yeah, now I'm going to riff a little bit off what you're saying, which was amazing. By way of background, I realized we didn't kind of do any intros. So I'm a software engineer by training, and I've spent most of my career building software companies, from companies I started with 2 people to larger companies. I've been an executive at like Alcatel-Lucent and Salesforce.com. But now I work with individuals who have been largely formerly homeless, but who experience a lot of co-occurring vulnerabilities such as mental health challenges, substance use disorders, poverty, trauma. And so I've been building houses, but also social enterprises. And some people might look at the social enterprises as employment paths, but actually they're really vehicles to transform identity narratives, which is what you were talking about, in that everyone has a story they tell themselves about who they are. And then there's stories other people say about who you are. And you could focus on circumstances. You go and say, oh, this person has some really difficult circumstances, and we're going to help them change their circumstances. But then the identity narrative is more deeply rooted, and if it doesn't change, then they go back to the circumstances. And so, helping people to patiently and progressively, believe that they're more than they think they are and they're more than they're said to be takes a lot of time. And funny enough, as an entrepreneur, I always perceived entrepreneurship to be, far more difficult of a path than, let's say, a job, But actually now, when working with vulnerable people, that for some, actually, becoming little entrepreneurs actually is an easier path because they might have challenges in their lives that make it difficult for them to show up at 8 o'clock somewhere every day or when they're scheduled to, because they have good days and bad days. But on the bad days, I'll give you an example. I have one lady that I've been working with, lots of co-occurring mental health issues, dissociative identity disorder, agoraphobia, very difficult to leave her home, just very far from being able to show up on time somewhere. But she's a beautiful artist, amazing drawing, makes jewelry, things like that. So being able to invest in her ability to produce products that she could sell, and it's not about the income, although that's nice, but it's about the identity transformation that goes with the, hey, I'm spending my time on something meaningful and I'm giving it to someone else and they're appreciating it and I have something to give. And the other element that you said as well is strength-based, starting with strengths. A lot of times when we're working with people that have a lot of co-occurring barriers is you start with the question, what's wrong? And when you start with the question, what's wrong, you imply that the most defining characteristic about you is something that's wrong. And so we often do that, and just by asking that question. But if you actually, even though you may not see it visibly, start by seeking out and uncovering strengths, then you say, actually, there's something about you that I'm trying to find out that's a strength, and that changes that identity narrative. So, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. So Meg, we'll move over to you for the next question. We'll start with you with this next question. So what lessons have you learned about making a social impact from your work at H2A?
Well, I guess one of a motto that we have on our website that we love is from a tennis player, Arthur Ashe, and it's start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. And I feel like that embodies a lot of what we believe in, and it's a lesson in making change. And I would say that I'm also realizing that we didn't do the introduction. So just so you know, I'm a founding advisor for Harvard Health Lab Accelerators, and what we do is choose 10 teams across from across Harvard University, and we support them in their social impact ideas, and we're creating sort of satellites, and also here in Canada. So in any case, I just want to say that Michelle Williams is our founding faculty member. She was the first Black female dean of a graduate school at Harvard, and this is like something actually that was above her desk. And what I really learned about leadership through the work I've been doing and through the leaders I've worked with is that it really is about lifting people up, not who you push, as VP Harris says, it's not about who you push down, it's about who you lift up. And that you need to, just as people have said earlier, I think in the earlier panel, you need to live those values, you need to embody them, and you need to role model them, and you just need to infuse the space with them. And that changes things. That's my answer.
Awesome, thank you. Dr. Kara, yep.
We take an entire bachelor's degree to instill this in people, so it's a little hard to summarize. Again, agreement with everything that you just said. Personal lessons learned about leadership, or how to instill it? I think role modeling is really important, and one of the ways I try to role model leadership is by not acting the part of the leader and not stepping into the spotlight except when it's called for. Right? Because, I'm going a little off topic here, but it's important. We also have a problem with followership worldwide, and that people confuse charisma and self-confidence for leadership, for good leadership. And so they follow the wrong people. And so sort of pushing back against that idea that the one in the spotlight standing up tall is definitely the one to follow, I feel that that's a very important part of it. And it also empowers everybody in the organization to think of leadership as a role with flexibility that can be shared and participatory and networked and all of those good things. And having said that, there are times when you just need to make a decision and have everybody listen. But if they know, how you think and they feel respected and they are genuinely respected, they will listen every time. Yeah.
Absolutely. Awesome answer. Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Susan?
Oh dear, there's so many lessons I've learned over the years, and I think it's telling that my lowest level strength is prudence. And prudence is about asking questions later and just kind of going with risks. And I don't think I would have been able to do half the things I've done if I'd asked so many questions. So it's a very difficult climate to work in, prisons. They're closed institutions, and they don't really want outsiders looking in. The problem with that is that it's not their mandate to continue to punish. Their mandate is to house them. People have been sentenced for the crime that they committed to live in a prison, not to go there for another 25 years of punishment. And because of that notion that we continue to punish, we don't actually look at the principles surrounding corrections, like human dignity, respect, opportunities to make choices, individual change, social change. And I think that when we go in, and we ask women to make a choice they haven't had a chance to make a choice in years, they can only start very slow, like, okay, what color of tablecloths would you like for the next meeting? And from those very patient steps of, okay, we're going to have green tablecloths and we're going to have cookies. We have to start that way because they haven't got a choice about even movement within the institution. And when you start to see the kinds of things that are now happening as a result of doing that for a very painful period of time trying to get in there, there are women that are flourishing that we would have all said, and the media certainly took a heyday to say that they weren't doing well, working very well in community, volunteering their time to help other women that are living in halfway houses, going in and doing the kinds of things that we started with these non-traditional leaders. And to me, that's what you're doing too, doctor, because you have a degree from St. Thomas. The kinds of things that you're doing in your neighborly work is really taking those small steps as leaders and modeling that behavior, as hard as it is, in an environment where people don't really want that kind of change to happen. So my lesson learned is ask questions later, be creative, and really just have some patience for the steps that it takes to move mountains. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Marcel?
What a great question and amazing answers. I'd just say two things for me. One is the more every step in my career, strangely, I've become more tactical and less strategic. And what I mean by that is I've become more action-oriented and less analytical. And what I've learned is that execution, doing things, getting things done well, actually looks like a brilliant strategy in hindsight, you know? And execution earns you the right to have a strategy. But strategic thinking with lack of execution, you know, doesn't do that much. And so for me, the increase in value of action versus let's study this 17 ways has been one of the things. And then the other thing with leadership is I always tell people, just show up in the mess. Like, if you show up in difficult places, you'll know what to do. Like, you'll figure, you know, the needs just bury you, and there's lots of things where you can create value. And my number one advice to entrepreneurs is always expect trouble. Embrace trouble, actually, because the more trouble, the more value, the more trouble you overcome, the more value you create. And so rather than trouble be, oh man, you know, this sets me back, it's like just learn to expect it and to go, this is what I do. And what great leaders do is they face trouble all the time. So like face it, hang out in it, and that's where you kind of, you'll figure out what to do. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. I think I just took a few notes from that answer that I should have applied 4 or 5 years ago. But so moving on to the next question. So Marcel, I'll start with you again. So how do you measure the impact of social initiatives within your organization?
You asking the doctor? You asking me?
Okay, yeah, well.
Sure, okay.
Yep, you can start.
Oh boy, that's complicated. So there's something in the social sciences that makes it very difficult to do work with human subjects. I love it. We have ethics. And anytime you ask somebody a question and you want to publish it, you have to have informed consent. And when you work with vulnerable populations, it's very difficult to get informed consent. So I don't do research about people because I would never have the values to be able to say, do you really know what you're giving me permission to do? So I've never asked them about their charges or what they did or what brought them there. We work on creating a program together. And yes, I have a degree in criminology, but I also have a degree in education. And to me, the development of programs co-created, is a much better way of going about getting things done. And so in doing that, we measure our outcomes based on quote cards. So you know those fancy little speech bubbles that people have, you know, over their heads? We have those on paper. We have them spread all over the place. And anyone can write a speech bubble about something somebody said in the room. We put them all up on the walls, all around the space, take over the space. And the people who have said those things go to look for their words. And if they want them to be included in the program or the discussion or whatever, they member check it right there. They put their little star on the corner, or they take it down, throw it in the garbage. So that means that we get voices in every step of the way that we're developing this program, we're not violating any ethical rules because it's been member checked at the time and not 5 months later when we get the transcripts done. And we can move forward so that it's all based on what their voices said. I think we all have to check in terms of our outcomes about the real story behind the numbers that we create. And I wouldn't be able to call it a co-created practice that I have if I didn't lead by their voices. So that's how we measure it. It's what the women and the young people and the people that we touch are saying about what it is that we're doing. It's qualitative research, okay, but at the same time, it is a little different. Anyone could do it.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Carroll.
I have outsourced this question, actually. We have 2 people focused on evaluating systems and systems change at RC, and Dr. Julia Fursova is there and teaches a course, which will be a cornerstone of our master's program about to start, called Program Evaluation for Systems Change, is that? Evaluation for Systems Change. And in her background, a lot of the focus has been on harmonizing or finding a way to align the measures of impact that a funder will think are important, as opposed to what the on-the-ground reality suggests is important. So that, again, I don't have an answer. It's a very complex issue. And then Ola Chonbo, fellow faculty member, is looking at this at a systems level. How do you evaluate change in terms of, is it sustainable? Are you looking for disruption in the systems? Are you looking for pushback? Are you looking for positive outcomes? So I would say that question has to be very specifically related to what you were trying to change. At the education level, it's how many students stayed, how many students graduated, are they on a career trajectory that is fulfilling, and are they doing it, in the case of RC, just a little bit differently so that when they become the teacher or the doctor or whatever, they're engaging in leadership within the field, just as a way of being.
It's coming to me. Thank you for the question. So the question is, how do you measure social impact?
Yeah, the impact of social initiatives within your organization.
Okay, great. So I can say that for Harvard Health Lab, this is a huge question. And I don't know if Sushil is here, perhaps. There he is. Okay, great. He's working very closely with the dean at the School of Public Health, an assistant dean who is a lead for us in Health Lab. On this kind of question, Loomis, who is hoping to be here, he very much wished to be here but had a family emergency, could speak to this very well, as I'm sure Sushil could as well. But there's a lot of interest in higher ed and at Harvard in figuring out how you measure social impact. In particular, how do you measure the mindset shift in programs like Health Lab if you're focused on making a positive social impact through accelerators and through innovation programs? So many programs actually look at the return on whether the startup has launched and made money and made impact in these traditional ways. We really are investing in the entrepreneurs as young people because we want to see them make social impact across their careers, and we want to see them lead in this way. So Loomis, who very much has a strong background in this, I do not, is figuring out ways to measure this. And it's an ongoing process, and we're at the beginning of it. But we're very excited, and there's a lot of interest at Harvard to see how it pans out and what we're able to measure. So we'll get back to you.
We'll ask next year. Yeah, Marcel.
Yeah, I have a weird relationship with measurement because I love it and I struggle with it, and the reason is that if you measure things, sometimes you have to be careful that your measurement can become prescriptive and a little paternalistic, where you think these are the things that matter, and someone else may have a different set of views as to what matters. So I feel like what we do, we measure things, but I kind of hold them loosely is what I do. So for example, one of the things we measure is one of the first steps we do when we come alongside people is we call it achieve and maintain housing stability. Well, how do you achieve, maintain housing stability? So we have 4 things we measure, and there are 4 things that if you can't do these 4 things, you're probably going to, wherever you live, end up losing your house. And so that's pretty clear. But then when we go, and we just measure it literally with green, yellow, red, and we work with, and we share that with people. We think you're green here and yellow here, and that one's pretty clear. But then we move to personal goals, and we talk about helping people overcome barriers to a full and independent life. But that looks so different for everybody else. So I might say, well, okay, I want to measure people's income. Are they growing their income? But, is that for everybody? Is that the path for everybody? So I struggle when you get a little bit higher on you get more, I find I get more qualitative and less quantitative in those things because it becomes so individualized. But yeah.
Awesome, thank you so much. So Marcel, I'd actually like to start with you with this next question as well. Throughout your experience you mentioned, growing two-man companies to having larger enterprises that you've worked with. So how can smaller companies or startup contribute to social change with limited resources and not having a large enough budget to get some of those really amazing ideas that they have, to life? What kind of things can they do to make sure that they're contributing to social change, even being a very small company?
Great question. I always say that you can have a much bigger impact spending yourself than spending your money. And so everybody has that opportunity. And one of the biggest things, I went through a whole change of thinking when I started getting involved in things where there were lots of things I did in the past that I would say were well-intended and I thought they were helpful, but then later discovered maybe they weren't as helpful. And they tend to be the easy things. We all know the easy things. You leave the grocery store and you drop a can in the box and you think you're helping. But really helping is and typically, in my view, involves relationships. So it's like, I would say two things. One is involves relationship, and two, I would say look for things that in your, whether in the space that your business works in or in the community in which your employees live, where you can invest development in a developmental path. So in other words, how do we build capacity? How do we build infrastructure? Not just how do we plug a hole, but how do we actually, take what we have and help something increase its capacity? And work hard at it. Take your time, think about it, and it doesn't have to be necessarily a big budget thing, all the time. But I think if it's relational, if it involves, if it's slow's okay, slow and steady and long-term and committed and that kind of thing. Don't just call up a nonprofit and say, hey, we've got a volunteer day next Tuesday, with 9 people, what could we do? And they'll probably come up with something for you to do, but it's not going to help. It's something more long-term that you could get involved in. That'd be my thought.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. So Dr. Susan, not in the startup world now, but if you had somebody who wanted to impact some of the changes that you're doing today, what advice would you give to them just starting out without all the experience that you currently have right now?
Okay, that's easy. Anyone can do what I do. I don't want you to walk away thinking, oh, she's so smart, she does this and that. Anyone can do what I do. It is hard, don't get me wrong, and I so agree with you, Marcel, on this relationship, that you have to take the time. So when you start thinking about what do volunteers do, if you could sit with somebody and do coloring for an hour a week, would you do that? Okay, so what happens when you sit and have a cup of coffee and you do coloring? You have conversations. And those conversations develop a rapport in a way that is so meaningful that you walk away feeling as if you've actually had an opportunity to hear a voice from someone, and you've also given some of your time in a really meaningful way. So if you have these volunteer days in your companies, then maybe that's a suggestion you could make. Having a conversation with a vulnerable person in a setting that isn't just charitable, like giving them money, but actually listening to them. And the reason I'm going to tell you why this works, there was a young woman that I was working with, and she's really young to be in an adult penitentiary, 19, had been in foster care, child and youth ward of the state, no parent involvement. Her mom told her that if she moved back home, that her sister was going to have to go into care. So not a lot of family support, not a lot of community support, but she had one teacher who taught physics, of all things. I'm looking at Turendra here because he loves that. At 92% in physics. And I said, so what was it about that teacher that caught you that 92%? And she was coloring black. We were up in Mac's unit, sitting just outside of her cell, coloring something for Halloween or something. And it's all black and it's brown, and I'm coloring a cauldron and I'm doing the horrible spiders. And as she started to talk about this physics and the relationship she had with this teacher and how he went the extra mile and said it was okay to come in after class and I'll help you with this and you've got what it takes. All of a sudden the coloring changed. And at the end, she's coloring a rainbow. Like, this was all just because we were having a conversation about why she got 90% in that class. It was a meaningful connection that anyone can have. So please don't think you need to be, PhD criminologist to work with vulnerable people. Does that help?
Absolutely, thank you. Dr. Carroll?
Well, I was just thinking that could be an impact measurement.
Coloring.
Yeah.
Well, it's in our reports. It's in our reports, of course.
There's a key focus at RC, and I can take no credit for this because it long predates me, but there's a key focus on the creation of an intentional learning community. And the philosophy behind that is that nothing happens alone. Everything happens in community. And so apart from the classes, also within the classes, but apart, overlaid, is very intentional construction of relations between the students, between within a cohort and across cohorts, and then networking with alumni. So there's a sense of ongoing embeddedness and connection, and a means of getting feedback, means of getting support. And what happens within that sort of a context is that not only do people grow and develop profoundly, but change is contagious. It spreads. And I think this also rings true probably at the level of community development, which is if you go there and you simply start by creating community, whatever the mindset is, whatever the thing is you're working on, it's going to begin to spread if you have that skill set.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to our next question, and Meg, I'll start off with you, which would be how can leaders inspire their teams to engage in social impact initiatives meaningfully while also, staying part of the company's culture? So how are you able to inspire the people that you work with to engage in social impact and still staying within the railings of the company culture?
Well, that's super easy for me, because I'm coming out of a higher education where the students are so motivated to make social impact. It's almost like, it helps them get through the rest of their day and the rest of their workload to be feeling, I honestly feel like all of higher ed should move more toward project-based learning where students feel plugged in. They're now, they meet people through networking, and they actually feel like they're making a difference in the world. So in the context of where I am, it's, there's no opposition really. It's just, it actually forwards everything. Is what I would say.
Thank you, Marcel.
Yeah, I think you make it part of the culture. When I was at Salesforce.com, they did a really good job at it. They had a program, they called it 111. They contributed 1% of their equity, 1% of their time, and 1% of their product. So that was an interesting thing, right? So they have a, customer relationship management software. Well, there's a lot of charities, nonprofits that could benefit from it. I use it at 12 Neighbors. I get five free licenses. That's like $500 a month. That's huge, And then I have 2 employees of Salesforce who volunteer their time to help us configure it to our specific, needs. So you create these programs. Their program, they actually pay their employees 6 days a year to go do things, and then they add dollars to it if the employees do it together as a group. So each region, each office, they go pick things, and if like 10 of them go together, they get quite a bit of cash. So they can go spend 10 people 6 days and money, And everyone, it actually, I've heard people, recruiters, mentioning it in the recruiting process as a perk. You know, like if you come here, you get 6 paid days to go do something, you know, meaningful, plus some, you know, cash and then product. So you can make it part of your culture, and it's really not expensive. It's 1%. Now in Salesforce, that's turned into millions and millions of dollars that they've been able to donate. But when they started it, Mark said we didn't have any profit or time or product, so it was easy to commit to. But then as they grew, it became really significant. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Dr. Susan?
So I was just thinking about this concept of measurement, and we did do some measurement, like because we were having difficulty bringing in snacks and things because, again, it's a punitive environment. I don't want to get into it, but let's just leave it at that. We ended up being only able to offer coffee, water, and wrapped candy, and we were told that no one would come because they were only coming for the food. So we were keeping track of how many people were showing up, and there was no difference between having like sandwiches or cookies and little tiny wrapped candies on the table. So what is that's happening? Why are people still coming to this programming? And so we started to look at how many times our non-traditional leaders had given their time. So just like us, they have a full workday, and if they aren't in school, work, or program, they don't even get the base level of pay, which is $5 a day. So they're doing all of that till about 4 in the afternoon, and then they come and volunteer their time with us, which they don't get paid to do. So about 10 of the women who are our leadership development team had put in the equivalent of a 6 credit hour course at university as a volunteer. And so what made them do that? Why are you doing this work that you don't get paid for? And I think that if we can create a culture where people feel that giving their time is meaningful, lots of people will do that. And that changes the way our economy feels. If people are feeling satisfied that their contribution is being recognized, whether it's through pay or coffee, water, wrapped candy, then you know that they're making a difference in their own lives and in the lives of other people.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so our accurate timekeeper has just signaled that we have 5 minutes. Thanks, Dom. So we'll move on to our very last question, which would be, can you give one advice to leaders looking to expand their social responsibility? So if you had one advice to give to the leaders in here that are looking to expand their social responsibility, what would it be? And we can start with you, Dr. Caro.
Oh, darn.
Yeah.
That's a huge question. And this is going to be a little bit to the side of your question. I think listening well, observing well, and figuring out what is needed is a very important first step. And then, as both of you were talking about earlier, taking whatever steps you can, small steps, but systematic persistence, resilience in doing it, and just keep on keeping on. I know Mother Teresa can be an ambivalent figure for some people, but there's a saying ascribed to her, and I don't know if it's really true. We can do no great things. We can do only small things with great love. And that's it. It's small things, beget more small things, beget more small things. And again, if you're embedded in community, other people start doing the small things, and it really builds. So the power of community.
Absolutely, thank you. Meg?
So how to inspire leaders to adopt more social responsibility and social impact? Well, coming out of the higher education space, I would say the argument is easily made in terms of the younger generation and generation coming up, Gen Z, and sort of they live these values. They do. They care about making a social impact. They do not want to just sit in class and not get out of the lab or the library. So it's almost like just listen to your students. Now I'm going to sound like a zealot, but just listen to your students. And in addition, there's a lot to be done for universities as a business to embrace social impact and social responsibility, because development and fundraising will flow into that. So just to incentivize. But I would say, yeah, just listen to what people want, and there's a desire for it on the ground, at least in higher ed.
Awesome, thank you.
Can I contribute just one little addition to that, which is the assessment component is really important to ensure that the changes that you want to make are in fact the right changes. And this is what I think has been so magical about Marcel's initiative, is that you took that time to really understand the system that you were trying to change and the people and what their needs were. So that first, just trying to make change from your own perspective is not where I would take the starting point.
Yes.
And young folks can be very, very enthusiastic. They also need...
yes,
right.
yes. So I should add and channel that all into innovation programs that are well considered and co-created. Yes, yes.
Awesome, thank you. Dr. Susan?
I think the students flabbergast themselves that they don't really realize how smart they are. Most times, I ended a class on youth justice the other day saying, okay, so how can you change the public's opinion about youth crime not being out of control? And they had some, academic suggestions. And then they were stumped. And I said, what can you personally do? And they couldn't think about it. And so sometimes when you ask the question, they don't know what to say, right? So I turned back on them and I said, are you going home for a Thanksgiving weekend? Yeah. Are you going to be having like a family dinner? Mm-hmm. How about you talk about how, I learned in class today that those kids, they have a series of adverse childhood experiences. They're growing up in poverty. This, that, and the other that you've learned from this class. Not so much so that grandma doesn't give you some money to go back to school with, but enough to have a conversation. And in doing that, you're modeling change. You're your own activist in terms of acting on behalf of a peer who doesn't have that voice. And they all went, oh, it's not that hard, folks, to change the world. It's just one step at a time.
I'm not going to add anything to those answers. That was perfect.
Awesome, thank you guys so much. Please a round of applause for our panel. Thank you so much.
So thank you. So thank you very, very much. I don't need this again. Thank you very, very much. Now Marcel's handing out treats again. And we do have some small gifts. Thank you very much for being here with us. We have gifts for everybody, but Marcel's gifts are better than mine. Never mind. I'm done. No. You get one later, Meg. It's Marcel's giving out gifts and he's going elsewhere. But we do have. Thank you so much. So, thank you to all the panelists. Tosin, that was dropped off for you here. So it was either for you or Kenya and Sola. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take this moment and have a break right now. Coffee and some sweets. Get up, stretch, and be back here in about 10, 15 minutes, and we will have our last two sessions of the afternoon. Thank you so very much. It was fantastic. Have been amazing, and this is fantastic, and we're looking forward to a really exciting panel now, really broad in terms of some of the viewpoints that are going to be brought to it. Our final panel of the day, there is a fireside chat after this, but our final panel of the day is Health and Healthcare, What's Next? This panel will explore the emerging trends in healthcare leadership and the future of the industry. Our esteemed panelists will share their perspectives on navigating these changes and addressing the critical challenges in the sector. So I'm going to introduce the panelists first. First panelist, Dr. Jennifer Russell, Executive Director of UNB's Institute of Population Health and President of the New Brunswick College of Family Physicians. So if you please come to the stage, thank you. Mr. Curtis Kennedy, founder of SimBody and entrepreneur in residence at the J Herbert Smith Centre. And Tristan Rudder, CEO and head, I'm not going to read what this says, but the big boss. It says head couch on this one, but I know that's not right. Of Populous Plus. Tristan Rudder, please. And finally, the moderator for this event is me, so I got to go over there. So. So I have some really good bios, but you know what? I want to do this slightly differently because you heard me talk about Eddie, and Eddie doesn't like that. In a couple of minutes, explain to everybody here how you are, have been, will be involved in health, technology, health, work, and I use the term health in a global sense here in the province of New Brunswick, and I will start with Curtis.
Hey, thanks. Great to see everybody. I don't know moving forward, but I started a company while I was going to UNB. We made devices to help people treat their back pain. It was a really significant problem of mine. Had 26 surgeries related to my spinal cord when I was younger, and had a lot of messed up muscles in my back. So we made these devices that lock onto the wall. It makes it really easy to massage your back with total control over how much pressure you're applying. And Durender and Dom were sort of like the founding fathers and support network on the whole thing. And I owe the success of the company to UNB, so really happy to be here today. The goal was to start a company that really focused on helping people feel good in their own body, because it's so important to the human experience. And there's nothing in life that can really impact you in the way that health scares and health issues can. It's a problem we're focusing on more and more. It's a problem that we have the technology to fix in a way like never before. There's some amazing things that are going on that I'm sure we'll get into here, but my hope is to exist in industries where I can participate in the future of healthcare and hopefully share some ideas and insights while I'm on stage here today. So, yeah.
Thanks, Curtis. Tristan, please.
Hi. I run a Fredericton-based company called Populous. We've been in the health data management business for quite a long time. In the innovation space, one of the things I think is slightly interesting about us is, Dom asked about in New Brunswick. We're really new to working in New Brunswick. We've worked in, I think, 27 different countries. We've worked in health data management from some of the lowest GDP environments in the world to the richest in the world. In health innovation, frankly, it's a question of what's going to work within the environment. It can take many different forms. things like AI are part of it. But a lot of it really is about sort of sorting out within the, within that sort of central transaction in healthcare, what's going to complement that process and make it work more smoothly. And we've done that, and working in institutions from, as I say, mother-to-child HIV/AIDS programs in Ethiopia, to supporting large-scale PO1 grants through Texas Medical Center. The fundamental piece really of the technology is trying to solve the problem that the researcher and the clinician is trying to do. It's not technology for the sake of technology, it's technology to serve the purpose of the innovator.
Thank you very much. Dr. Russell.
Is this on? First of all, I want to thank Durendra for inviting me to be here today. I am in awe of all of the people here and the beautiful minds and the creativity and the energy and the expertise, and it's just really mind-blowing. So thank you very much for inviting me. I have worn many different hats in my career. As I was mentioning to Sam and his wife, Meg, over there, I started off with an arts degree in music because I didn't know what I wanted to do. Then I did a science degree because then I did know what I wanted to do. And then entered the military because they paid my way through school, and then served in Ottawa. Became a civilian in 2007 here out of Gagetown, and worked in a methadone clinic for 6 years, worked as a hospitalist, and doing family medicine locums for docs on maternity leave. Then I worked in public health for 10 years and pretty much was in charge of public health during the pandemic. I feel like I have a 20,000-foot view of the issues, and I have a rock face view of the issues because wearing the clinician hat and wearing the public health hat. And now working at UNB, I feel like I get to focus entirely on the population health aspect, the upstream prevention, with that knowledge in my back pocket of what is happening at the rock face currently and how can the two intersect. So I attended a conference last summer in August in Ottawa, the CMA Summit, the Canadian Medical Association Summit, and there was a talk on AI in healthcare. And I regret not taking the AI in healthcare course that keeps popping up in my inbox from Harvard, because I think that would have come in handy before today's event. So I feel like, based on what I know and don't know about AI, that there are some opportunities here at UNB with people that are already innovating change and on a one-on-one basis with patient care, patient transportation. I just got back from Copenhagen with Trevor Hansen at a 880 Healthy Cities urban policy workshop, which was mind-blowing, really exciting and interesting in terms of how the urban landscape can change our degree of health, and knowing that we live in a province with an aging population, and that is the biggest challenge with healthcare right now, is how do we keep people healthy longer so that they don't have to go into nursing homes, and those people then don't end up utilizing resources that are in short supply right now. So health workforce issues, as well as service delivery, access, anything that innovates upstream, right to the upstream prevention in terms of policy and legislation.
Thank you very much. That was way better than I could have done as the introduction, because reading the words off this piece of paper here would not have fit half of that. So I'm lucky. All I have to do is ask these questions, and it's sort of like throwing a grenade into a room every once in a while. But I'm going to start with Tristan, just immediately on my right in this question. What role do you see personalized medicine playing in the future of healthcare?
And there's been a lot of talk about personalized medicine for years. And I think there's been some aspects of it. I think if you look at it, precision medicine, AI is playing an important role in that. But I think really, if you look at it, more of the personalized medicine, I think, is part of it. I think a lot of the more pressing issues are things like NCDs, right? And is there a personal element to that? In a way, there is, right? I think that what we know how to treat a lot of these conditions. The challenge for the physician is, how do I manage it across a patient cohort of 3,000? Or when you have 2,000 physicians managing a cohort of 3,000 each, then how do we bring that to it? And I think that the technology can support the personalized medicine aspect of it, But most of the fundamental changes that we deal with that are causing the backlogs in hospitals, that are causing the budget challenges in hospitals, that are causing the human resources challenges in healthcare, the personalized medicine stuff I think is very, very interesting. But I'm not really sure those are the core problems that confronting healthcare, particularly in the innovation space.
Thank you. Curtis.
Gonna try to be quick here, but bear with me. I think personalization is got to be the core focus to improving health across the globe. Nobody's body is different, regardless of what illness you're treating, whether it's back pain, cancer. Everybody's body is going to respond to medication and treatment differently. So the example that I could use with my company, the problem started out as, okay, some days I'm laying on the ground on a golf ball and I'm feeling great, my back's feeling awesome. But then other days I'm crippled with pain. And when I went to the doctor and learned that there's 4 different layers of back muscles that are all interconnected in weird different ways and that nobody's works the same, I thought to myself, why is there not a more accessible, repeatable solution for back pain? And so the original product is kind of funny. It's just like, to say it's just a ball on the wall, but it's a lot more than that. So you use this device, you put it on the wall, you mount it, and it's a really easy way to target specific areas of your back. But before that, there was this idea for a software platform that could track your body's relative motion to a fixed point on the wall so that you could create an input-output system. It's like, so every mathematical equation has inputs, outputs. Everybody's, call it feeling formula, like how your body's gonna respond to a specific treatment, is unknown. But if you can understand the inputs and the outputs, then maybe on an individual basis, you can try to understand what that individualized formula is. So the way the software for our product works is essentially it tracks your body's relative motion to the products, which of the products you're using. That's the input, and the output is a simple prompt of like, how are you feeling at 3, 6, 8 hours? And then it correlates those two, and over the course of weeks, hones in on what are the set of things you're doing that are leading to the longest duration of sustained relief possible. And I think it's like everything, whether it's back pain, cancer treatment, diabetic treatment, whatever disease, no one's going to respond to medication in the same way. No one's going to respond to treatments in the same way. Everybody is different. And I think that universally across, whatever illness it is or medication or whatever the prevention solution that someone's trying to make, there needs to be this input-output system so you can figure out what is working on an individual basis, how are they responding to the drug or treatment, and then make really targeted, justifiable decisions on an individual basis.
So, Dr. Russell, you're sitting there nodding your head, but
yes,
please.
Yes. So I was at the BioNB 2024 conference in San Diego this spring with Ted McDonald from NBRDT and some other folks from Research NB. And one of the people I came across randomly was this person from Johnson & Johnson out of Montreal who was talking about what they were doing in France with kind of a version of My Health NB, which was helped develop, I think it was Eric Cheme here who helped develop that. And so this whole idea of personalized care, as you said, that can be scaled up at a population level to do the treatment and diagnostics part, but also the prevention part. So I think that's where I would love to see things go, that you can take that technology that's used at an individual level, but then you scale it up at the population level and then scale it even further back to the preventative aspects of it. Love that. Yeah.
So let's take a look at the other side of this because, as people know, I'm a terrible pessimist. What are the biggest obstacles to integrating new technologies into healthcare systems? And Curtis, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, so I took the easy way out and went with Class 1 medical device, avoided insurance. It's too bad because probably could make way more money if people can buy the product when it's covered by insurance. But it's a health, aerospace, these established industries where there's a lot of regulation. It creates a barrier to entry that really limits what a startup can do with the limited capital that they have. And so I'm a diabetic, and as a diabetic, you're really trying to figure out how you can do better with your blood sugar, because essentially every point that you're over what is supposed to be normal is like an exponential decrease in your life expectancy. So every diabetic is like, how can I do better? And I've had so many diabetes ideas, but then thought to myself, oh my goodness, looking at the big pharma companies that own the space and own the clinical trials and have a direct path to FDA approval. Typically the way it works is, you get somewhere with a startup, you get during FDA trials, and big companies will license the technology maybe exclusively. But it's very difficult to compete when the R&D life cycle is so long and the risks are so high. And so it definitely creates a challenge. So you can really choose, what's the avenue? Do you try to create something that's there's no FDA restrictions? You can go class 1 medical device if it's a physical product. Drugs, I don't know how to speak to that, but and then market it and don't make any claims. You can't tell any people, like for my product specifically, you can't say it fixes back pain. You just need to use generalized terms on, makes your back feel better. So it's hard, because as much as I'm passionate and want to work to create these health solutions, without massive VC investment, it's hard to really make an impact. And so finding the right investors, right team, I think is probably critical if you really want to tackle the health market, for sure.
Dr. Russell?
So from a hospital system perspective, I think there's problems with privacy and ethics, but there's also interoperability. So right now, the infrastructure is not even there where all the different systems talk to each other at this point. So someone would have to make an investment in that current system for it to even talk to anything that you would implement outside of that.
So there's an IoT project for somebody in the room. Just grab a hold of that. Tristan, what do you see as being the biggest obstacles to integrating new technologies into the healthcare system?
I think it's getting a lot better. If the part of the thing, I think, when you look at it, and with the work that we do, we support phase 1 through phase 4 clinical trials, with big research institutions, and even for the people working within those environments. With one of the things that will happen with a pharmaceutical resident is they will be assigned for a period of time to learn how to be a professional researcher. But within that, the teams managing those groups of residents is very, very difficult for them to get access to the data within the health record. So you're trying to create opportunities within that pathway to take data from the system of record, put it in a type of sandbox that's protected for them, so that they can then do that work and work on that innovation. But within that sort of drug development cycle, going from phase 1 to phase 4, the sort of general number is 1 in 10,000 synthesized compounds makes it to the shelf. It is a long, arduous process, and many of the challenges come down to repeatability of the science, the quality of the data. Does the data stand up to the rigor of retesting and reasserting? In terms of the notion of the innovation, I don't know. It's kind of interesting, right? When you think about it, that over half the health records in North America run on a database that was built in the 60s. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's a reality. The MUMPS database, it works. Most of finance runs on pretty old software too. But I think what you're seeing is as a lot of the answer with the technology is about standards and classification systems. So as we get better and better at standards and classification systems, and so for example, with the translational research work that we do, as you try and support a researcher in Central America or South America or what have you, to collaborate with, with people in Canada or the US, the key to it are standards and classification systems. And I think that a lot of the pathway going forward with this innovation is finding things that fit within those standards and classification systems and that fit within the pathways. You know, if you look at it now, for example, with AI, mammograms, AI is, 30 times faster at reading a mammogram than having people do it. It's massively more accurate. That's great. What's the other benefit? You're not having to do nearly as many biopsies. When you don't have to do nearly as many biopsies, you're clearing out you're clearing out space in the lab. We're just supporting a project here in New Brunswick, which is a decentralized clinical trial. It's a phase 4 working with Roche. Roche has come up with a cancer drug where the drug is delivered through a subcutaneous injection. There's a whole bunch of benefits for that in the sense that the patient gets to have the treatment in the comfort of their home. So you've got an extramural nurse, picks up the drug, the extramural nurse meets with the patient in their home, administers the drug. Much more comfortable for the patient, but from the health sector perspective, you've kept that person out of a hospital bed. And if a bed, a number of years ago, you say a bed was about $5,000 a day, right? So it's finding innovations, A, that match that notion of standards and classification systems, and B, that smooth out the process. You've got to fit within the swim lanes, right?
So I want to build on that, and I'm going to start with Dr. Russell on this, and this is going to be a two-parter. So I'm going to go from my pessimistic hat to somebody else's optimistic hat. We talk about innovations all the time, and I mean, we are a center for innovation. What innovations do you believe will have the most significant impact on patient care over the next decade or two? Simple one, right?
I wear so many hats, it's in different lenses. So to talk about what's going to help patient care now over the next 10 years, I'm going to put a couple of different, I'm going to answer it with a couple of different lenses. So one is the lens of, how do you keep people out of the healthcare system in the first place? How do you keep people from getting sick in the first place? There isn't really an infrastructure in this country or in this province that actually owns population health outcomes, and so nobody's measuring it accurately, and nobody's reporting on it, and nobody's accountable for it, and nobody's moving these things forward. All we do is we get the reports that are sort of spewed out by different organizations, and we hear that New Brunswick has, who is saying the GDP? We were tied with Nova Scotia for the lowest. Well, we're probably tied with Nova Scotia for the most obese and the most elderly population in the country. So these are the types of statistics we hear about, but nobody really owns the solutions to that. So I would love to see innovation kind of put pressure on those ways of trying to improve that. So places like Australia, New Zealand, is Eric Savoy still here? Eric Savoy is here from Ernst & Young, and he worked in Australia for 8 years in health policy, and they actually have an accountability and budget framework for well-being outcomes in places like New Zealand and Australia. And it would be lovely to bring that here so that there is a budget, accountability, a way to measure and improve these things with policy legislation and programming. There's tons of research that happens in this province and elsewhere that doesn't get scaled up for many, many reasons, but most of it is because that's not what the government is really focused on. So that's why it's not happening. And again, if you look at places like, and again, it's how you measure, like when you were talking about, somebody was talking about how things, I think it was Carol in the last talk about the different ways of looking and assessing how people are doing, and that connection and that creativity and those conversations and the lack of isolation. So you guys were talking a lot about connection, and as I said, I just got back from Copenhagen, and the whole infrastructure that they focused on is really about improving connections with people, also decreasing the carbon footprint of the area, and those things translate into healthier populations. So there's different ways of approaching that, and I think I'm going to stop there because I could keep going.
Tristan, what do you think, if you had the crystal ball right now, what do you think would have the most significant impact on patient care over the next decade? What innovations do you believe are going to be there? or hope are going to be there?
Yeah, I mean, I hope that there's innovations, and again, I think there's innovation takes all kinds of forms, right? And I think with, one of the things that was learned through WHO work a number of years ago in sub-Saharan Africa with projects was that one of the, an innovation was giving mothers a vaccine booklet for their child. And what they found was that these mothers would go through hell and high water, and they would have the booklet. And the booklet would be filled in, and it would be stamped, and it would be protected, right? It doesn't sound very innovative, but it is innovative, right? The key is it worked. One of the problems that we have now, right, if you think about Canada, Canada is structured where the family physician is the gatekeeper to the system. Apparently we've got 6 million Canadians, about 15%, who don't have a family doctor, right? The flip side is there's 50,000 family doctors with international training who are not accredited, right? If you think a family doctor looks after about 3,000 patients, they could look after 150 million patients. Part of the innovation that I would think, and again, I'm not an educator, right? But if I look at a place like UNB and I look at New Brunswick, is there an innovation that can be used to help accredit some of these physicians who we have on the bench, driving taxis or doing they're doing everything they can to make a living, but there's a lot of intellectual capital there that needs to be harnessed. As I said earlier, right? These doctors know how to deal with the things that are really crippling the system, these NCDs, right? And I'm not taking away from the bigger issues, but if we can get our heads around NCDs that we know how to treat, right? Dr. Russell has been treating people with diabetes and hypertension her entire career. The trick with it is giving Dr. Russell better tools so that she can deal with her patient cohort, but now as the head of the Population Health Institute, so that she can deal with a cohort of 800,000, right? So I think one of the big things for me in terms of innovation is sorting out this notion of the Affordable Care Act that came in the States was a really interesting piece of legislation. And one of the things that happened with the Affordable Care Act was there was a notion where they said, listen, we're not just going to pay you for patients coming through the door. We're going to tie your compensation to the number of patients that are on protocol. That's interesting. The states would be better than that than we are because our healthcare system, we're really, really rudimentary at payment structures. We're not good at it. We would need a lot of help to do it, but ultimately it's going to have to move in that direction. But I really do believe from an innovation perspective, part of the key is unlocking the potential with those 50,000 trained physicians to see which of them would be appropriate within this country and get them to work dealing with these 6 million people who are probably flirting with ending up in with stroke, diabetic foot, all these problems that we know so well, right? So anyway, that's my thought.
Curtis, innovations.
What are our time constraints looking
like? You got
like?
about 30 seconds.
No.
The good thing about me being sitting in this chair, I'm also the person usually with the timekeeping at the door. So
hey.
Whatever, man, just take it.
If you're not feeling it anymore, just leave, and I won't. But by show of hands, who uses an advanced, paid for large language model like ChatGPT-4 or Gemini? Okay. So that was way less hands than I thought. Just going to explain it. GPT-4 is my go-to, but essentially it is the thought partner that helps you accomplish everything in life. You don't take its information for fact. That's why UMB doesn't like it, because it's people are just copy-paste and write me an essay. But just in a career, the rate of efficiency for you accomplishing your tasks, 5x per, at the base level. So it just helps you think through problems, and it through the course of time stores your information to really understand what you care about, what you're asking, what your business is, And it's remarkable. If you don't use it, you got to start using it. No pressure, but you should. Anyway, the big problem with healthcare, and I'm speaking from my own experience. I've got a pretty extensive health history. When I was 14, I got sick with a really rare form of cancer. I had a tumor in my leg. I was like really competitive hockey player, healthy as could be. And they pulled this thing out of my shin, and no one had any idea what it was. They sent it all over the world for 3 months, people trying to have a look and figure out, we've never seen anything like this. Anyway, eventually, 3 months later, they knew it was malignant. 3 months later, there was this doctor in Utah who figured out what it was, and it was the 21st time it had ever been studied under a microscope. And they didn't really have a defined course of treatment for it. There wasn't really any record of successful chemo path, and so they kind of just devised one, and they went really aggressive with it. So it was 4 years and a lot of hardship. But what it made me think about, and I've actually worked with Horizon Health a decent amount to try to help them organize their system a little bit better, is both the patient and the clinician or physician are going to start to have access to these large language models where every patient is going to be able to establish their own record and understand this really intelligent system that knows exactly what your history looks like, what you've gone through, what medications you're on, thinking about all the accessible health information that is out there and cross-referencing your inputs to how you're feeling, what something looks like. Before you even go to a doctor, you're going to probably have your problem diagnosed. I'm not even kidding. For the past 2 years I've gone to the doctor, I already know what my issue is because I talk with it and I reason, and you kind of hone in. There's one thing that it was different, but anyway, not only that's going to create a massive level of certainty for the patient going in, and really, because doctors get some things wrong sometimes, and that's a big. I've had a misdiagnosis before on something, and it's a big deal, but it's going to give people the ability to understand what's going on with their bodies in advance of communicating with a professional, and then it's going to provide a lot of value to the person with the illness, but for the doctor, the value goes so much further beyond, because they're going to be able to reference a health history, and hopefully there's an API that can be used by government databases where people can give information to for their health-related info. But a doctor can say, hey, here's what I'm thinking is the problem. Here's my thoughts, concerns, but I'm not sure. And then with all the world's health data that has ever existed on the internet, this very intelligent system will be able to cross-reference what the input of the doctor is and work as a thought partner towards making diagnosis, and keeping track of how someone is behaving, metrics associated with a specific treatment relative to their existing blood levels in advance of taking that treatment. You can store all this in the language model. It'll know that and understand that with certainty for the rest of time if there's the available GPUs to store the information on, which there's a big problem right now with that. But anyway, I think we're moving into a place that's really exciting with health. Sam Altman, who's actually the founder of OpenAI, invested $180 million into a longevity lab, which is essentially a company dedicated towards reversing aging. And his goal is that within the next 15 years to have the opportunity to use stem cells to, treat these specific areas of the body and reverse aging in certain areas. So it's a really exciting time with data and our understanding, and I think stick around for as long as you can, because we might be able to stick around a lot longer if we can make it.
Thank you, and that was longer than 30 seconds. But no, thanks, Chris. And I would be absolutely remiss, and sorry to do this to you, Jennifer, but I'm going to do it. It's a follow-on to this, but how can healthcare systems remain adaptable to future pandemics or global health crises? You led us You led this province successfully as possibly one of the most successful jurisdictions across the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
And we know these are going to take place again. They've happened in our past. Even smaller events like swine flu that took place in the 60s. That was the one that did me in. But we had Spanish flu before, and there's going to be more. So how can we remain adaptable with new technologies for these future crises that we know are going to take place?
I love that question. Because you are right. It's gonna, whether it's a climate crisis or another pandemic, we do have to be ready. One thing we did see during this past pandemic was that the vulnerable populations in our province in particular needed a lot of extra care and support. And it did make me think, okay, well, we have all these vulnerable populations, and what are we doing to make sure that they are as resilient and as healthy as they can be and supported in an equity-based way for the next crisis, number one. Number two, last summer when I was at the CMA conference in Ottawa, the speaker who was speaking on emergency medicine and some other things, Yellowknife Hospital was being evacuated because of the forest fires up there at the time. So here we are, you know, a bunch of physicians from across the country sitting there while a physician who works at a hospital that's being evacuated, I mean, it is in real time thinking, okay, well, now is the time to have this conversation about climate change. And what can we do as a province, as an institute to decrease our climate footprint, our climate change, our carbon footprint? Somebody once said that the greenest hospital you can build is the one that you don't build. So whether you are looking to the future in that way, or you're trying to green the current state of the different institutes, I have to come back to you thanking me about the pandemic. Some of the work that we did was because of the contacts here at UNB and the researchers here at UNB when we were doing our modeling. So every time we were making recommendations to the government around what kind of policies we needed to put in place to flatten the curve, it was thanks to the modeling that was done here at UNB. So I just want to acknowledge that. And I wish I knew the exact names of the people, but... And because of that learning, I want to use that same language around flattening the curve of health service needs between now and 2050. We've been working with Vitalite and Horizon and the soon-to-be new First Nations Health Authority with Executive Director Roxanne Sapp here around, you know, how can we work together to take the pressure off the healthcare system and flatten the curve of health service needs moving forward with policy legislation and programming, evidence-based, that we know can make our population healthier. We can't outmarket big pharma. We can't outmarket big fast food. We can't outmarket, you know, the other industries that benefit from people not being healthy. And so what can we do besides policy and legislation, which has a lot of backroom conversations with lobbyists? So how do we navigate that at that level, at the legislative level, but at the grassroots level? I was speaking with Sam and his wife Meg that, you know, the research coming out of Harvard on mind-body medicine, on health, on nutrition, on yoga, on exercise, same research that Harvard has also done in the Blue Zones. So Blue Zones is a very marketable tool that can start conversations around, well, what these places that are the healthiest places to live in the world. Can New Brunswick become one of them? What are those 9 pillars? It's a project in a box. You just click on it and you can have that conversation in your community, at your institute, in your industry, in your business. And I think bringing industry into those conversations is super important because they don't have to be the bad guy. I spoke to the dean of the School of Public Health, the Dalai Lama School of Public Health at U of T, and he said there's tons of research going on in public health and population health, but nobody's doing the translation to get it across the finish line, to turn it into action, policy, legislation, and programming. So that is what's needed to make changes in the future, to take pressure off the healthcare system, but to include all those partners and to say the wicked problems that you referred to. You do need that multi-sectoral approach with all those partners. And I think that's the end of my answer.
Tristan just looked at me and laughed. That's good. Tristan, how can those systems remain adaptable? And I know you work a lot in terms of work through the U.S. And I mean, you and I were talking during the pandemic about trying to get some stuff done here at the University of New Brunswick. But how can the healthcare systems remain adaptable to future pandemics?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Most of the labs that we work with in the U.S., unless it was designated by the governor as a COVID lab, most of them were shut down. Now, we did work with one out of Houston Methodist that was heavily involved in COVID testing. But after the pandemic, we did work through the pandemic. We worked with a bunch of Caribbean countries. After the pandemic, we did a WHO project where we looked at the technology response. I think it was 12 European countries. And I mean, you know, from where I sit on it, the key to it is, and I've said it before, it's data standards and classification systems, right? It's about ensuring, and again, you can apply this to a pandemic, or you can apply to it to research, you can apply it to a clinical trial, right? If you put it in really simple terms, right? Anything that you're looking at, the notion is as that data gets further away from the source, is it repeatable? Is the research repeatable? And is it reusable, right? And the fundamental key to that, again, is data standards and classification systems. So if you're looking at tools like this, if you're looking at how do I improve our ability to provide data into people like Dr. Russell, who sends data up to the national level, who send data up to the WHO level, it's data standards and classification systems. They're the WHO and organizations like WHO, there are some exhaustive libraries of data standards and classification systems. So if you want to work in that space, be aware of them. If you're not aware of them, you're probably going down a dead end. So be aware of data standards and classification systems. That's the single best thing to see. When we looked at the countries, the ones that had more effective response versus the ones that had less effective response, more effective spend versus less effective spend, most of it came down. They all had great public health people, from what we could tell. The difference was in their data practices.
So I'm going to hold you on this one in time because technology being what it is, I'm getting the hook already. Curtis, I'm actually going to wrap up. They're going to get mad at me, but I'm going to do this anyway. I want to ask each of you to wrap up just in this way. Are you optimistic to what the next 20 years will be in public health care? Not just in this province, but globally. I'm going to start with you, Curtis.
Right on, right on. Yeah, I just didn't want you to have the opportunity to really just like cut me off. So, yeah.
It's coming.
Super optimistic. I mean, I think life is going to be really great if we can make it past the point of the AI safety concern. I mean, it's a big issue if we don't really have the proper governance on AI moving forward. And the challenge with that is not all governments are working together, and there's private companies that don't have governance systems over how they're developing AI systems and what happens if it's not developed properly. Anyway, long story, but I think it's really important that government across the world starts working together to share information. You know, pandemic, if there was data classification systems and standards that were shared globally, and you know, maybe it's shared in a language model that is approved to be shared universally to help the world fight against a big problem like COVID. You know, I'm not at all qualified to answer how to, you know, navigate the next pandemic, but yeah, I'm super optimistic about the future, and yeah, we're gonna live. I think we're gonna live long lives if we make it past this next 20 years. So it's positive days ahead for sure.
Perfect, Tristan.
Yeah, I think absolutely. There's every reason to be optimistic. I think if you look at the, you know, from an individual health level, you know, we're getting, you know, pretty good at coming up with treatment plans, right? If you look at the outcomes for most of these diseases, they keep improving, right? Now, part of it, I think, is just, you know, it's making it scalable, right? It's making it more effective, making it more efficient. But yeah, there's every reason to be optimistic. There's every reason to be optimistic.
Thank you. And Dr. Russell, last word to you.
I'm going to try to keep it short. I think I'm optimistic if the focus on social determinants of health and equity is a focus, as well as, trying to tackle the misinformation. What was happening in Florida recently, the evacuations were interfered with by people's misinformation and mistrust of government. So I think that has to be tackled as well in terms of having optimism for the future and the next crises.
Okay, that was really quick. I want to take this opportunity to thank the three of you very much for your insights and greatly appreciate you being here with us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
So thank you very much. That was a great panel. Yeah, I get through this feeling very schizophrenic at the end of the day. We do now have some gifts for the panels. I am going to present something to myself as well. But Tristan, we do have a small gift here for you. Dr. Russell, thank you very much. And thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks so much. Curtis and Tristan. Cheers, man. Thanks, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I've got to go back to my regular notes. Okay. Next, we are thrilled to bring you a special, it was supposed to be a bonfire chat because it was a really big fireplace. But unfortunately, two of our colleagues from Harvard couldn't join us here today. Leslie and Loomis were unable to join us. But I am very delighted to ask our Meg Murphy and Sam McGee to please come to the front and join Dr. Dhirendra Big Boss Shukla. I had to say it. And they're just going to dive a bit deeper into why Harvard is here with us today, and just talking more about the conversation. So, Dr. Shukla, over to you.
The question is, how much time do we have? Like an hour,
2 hours? 2.5 hours. I'm not going to repeat those numbers. So,
Yeah, like
15 minutes conversation, I would suggest.
That's okay.
So this is pretty awesome. Anytime anyone says fireside chat, it reminds me of that TV channel during Christmas where you have the TV station playing just the the fireplace going with soft music. That's the plan for next year, by the way. So I think pretty excited about our partnership with Harvard and social impact, but. Before we go down to the partnership conversation, I think it's important for the audience and the people to get to know two amazing people that made this beautiful drive to come to New Brunswick with beautiful fall colors and all of those things. But I think it's important that you begin to understand who these two amazing people are. So maybe we'll start off, Meg, if you think about your childhood and think and reflect back, what would be the one or two things that you'd reflect on and say those were interesting moments? It could be positive, negative, whatever, right? One or two things that you would tell people, those were interesting times. I never thought this or that. That was interesting. Just to get some friendly, exciting conversations going about you so people understand you and your background.
Sure. Is this okay? Well, thank you, and thank you so much for that warm welcome. We're so excited about Harvard Health Lab Canada. So my parents are from the Maritimes. I have a huge Maritime clan here, the Murphy family, and anyway, I won't go through all of it. But two things that come to mind as you ask that question. One is my father is from Moncton. My parents met at UNB, and he is a startup person, an engineer, and he left this area to go to Boston because he didn't feel there were enough innovation opportunities. So I grew up with a very ambitious father who we grew up in a suburb of Boston, drive us to MIT and just go by it and say, look at the dome, look at Harvard, look at MIT. That comes to mind, as well as the beauty of this culture here and coming to visit and seeing how close that extended family is. And just this, I think those two things come together in my mind as you ask that, because I just think it's so important that people are able to stay where they are if they want to stay and have opportunities. So part of the reason that we think Harvard Health Lab matters here is because we just want to bring our networks and our convening power and tap into the innovation that's already here. So
that's brilliant. And now to imagine that your dad was doing that in a way, guiding you, and now you're still in Boston. You're still at Harvard, right? So it's very interesting, the influence of family and this connectivity to a place that you used to visit as a child, and that relationship continues. Yes. So Sam, a little bit about you. I feel that anyone who hasn't had an opportunity to come in and meet Sam, missed opportunity. So we will be having a social time. You have to know. When you meet and talk to him, he's basically like as if he's your brother, right? He is the most kindest and the humblest human being that I have ever met.
I'll get out of town.
Now,
thank you so much.
Now we want to know what are some of your childhood stories that have driven you to be you, right? Like, what are some of those things you remember?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And also thank you for hosting us, Dhirendra. We're here largely because of you and how awesome you are. I wanted to hang out with Dhirendra, so I was like, we should start a project. So I'll do two, just like Meg, and so I'm still solidly in the middle of my childhood. The first thing was my decision to get into education, and I would like to report that it was some, clouds opened, and it wasn't. It was just like, I turned to the person I was doing an hourly job. I said, hey, what should I do? Do you know, are there any leads? And she's like, my boyfriend's mother's hiring teachers for, okay, great. So fast forward 35 years later, that's what I've been doing. The second is I met Meg. And and yes, that sounds really cute, but it's actually true too. So the same way your dad brought you to show you innovation centers in Boston, I was in Western Mass, and I met Meg, and she brought me to the city as well. And so she exposed me to a whole new way of thinking and approaching the world. And she's been an activist her whole life. And I suppose as an educator, we're all kind of secret activists, but she really brought it out in me. And so, first choosing education, second following along behind Meg and everything that she does.
I just want to say really quickly, because I feel like you're not giving yourself enough credit, that Sam came to Boston for sure, because Western Mass, you don't tend to leave it as much, you don't go into the city as much, so he needed a little push to get to the city. But man, he took MIT by storm and Harvard by storm, and the way that he's done that is because he's just beautiful at creating community. Having vision and creating community and pulling people together and building teams. And that's going to matter for what we're doing here, and it just matters.
Community. Let's talk about some community.
Yeah. So, in terms of Sam, this is about you. Now we're going to start off with thinking about you were at MIT, you're now at Harvard. You know how much they love each other, right? So that love, affection between those two institutions. Tell a little bit about your journey and you talk about activism. how are you building this sense of community, sense of activism within the fabric of all the things that you're doing?
Thank you. I love that question. I'll go back to the word co-creation, which keeps coming up. It's the only way to do stuff. And so both places, generalization is necessary to answer this question. So both places are different in many ways in their profiles. We both were at MIT, loved the nature of the students. There didn't seem to be risk aversion. It was more like, ooh, I'm attracted to these risks. To some degree, that was a problem too, but literally knocking down walls between labs to collaborate. I loved that. Harvard is different, and I think of like the Yankees, Red Sox. I don't know if that resonates, but MIT is the Red Sox. Harvard's a bit of the Yankees, and the innovation profile at Harvard. Harvard's 1636 was when Harvard was founded, and there's that 400 almost year thing is a thing, and so. The flavor of the Institute is, yes, embrace the vision, but when it comes to the action, there's some hesitancy. So MIT, act. Harvard, think. We're trying to bring the act in, right? And do it just the right way with that balance that we're all talking about.
Yeah, Harvard's speed is not fast. I mean, it's just like, it's kind of a joke in the culture, in a nice way. But yeah.
So if that's it's act, think. Does
God, is that being recorded? I was gonna get back. All right.
Maybe I'll switch the questions. so what is when you're looking at the student organizations and when you're, whether it's Harvard or MIT, when you're looking at the student ideas, their passion, their drive, what are the interesting things that are emerging, and you're like you reflect back and say that's an interesting way to do things. What are the things that you're seeing that you're quite excited about coming out from the students?
That's a great question, and it's also really nice that you're asking about MIT and Harvard, because they're an interesting contrast. MIT, there are so many innovation programs there, and that's kind of gave us this bug, because the student desire for innovation is what created the programs. It's kind of fled that way. Harvard's more top down. So what we see is that there's this incredible desire across disciplines to get involved with innovation. And at MIT, that wasn't too difficult because there were so many programs and because they were so responsive. At Harvard, it's kind of a coup what we're doing, because we're pulling together all across disciplines, so across the 13 schools, so the undergraduate college and all the professional schools. And what we're seeing from the students is that mostly with AI, there's a real desire, especially in the liberal arts or public health, law, divinity, like the School of Government, just across the board, medicine, to harness AI in different ways to create these startups that actually build a better world. And there, surprisingly, there's not the programming. Like even at Harvard, there's the Innovation Lab, which is a mothership. It's huge, and it's founded by the business school, but it's for all of Harvard. But it really tends to attract business school students or people who are really confident already. So what we're seeing is this desire and this desire to kind of apply new technologies into the disciplines that students are in, and a real need for programming to enable them to do it. Yeah.
And most people, you talked about distinct cultures.
Yeah.
So if that's a distinct culture, what were some of the instrumental things that happened that began to pull the community together?
Oh, what do you think? What kind of instrumental things? I mean, these programs tend to complement each other. I mean, here in your center, you have these pitch nights or these pitch sessions, and so students become involved with these programs, and then it's contagious, as someone was saying earlier. So I think part of it is the contagion. It's also the state of the world right now. I mean, because my focus being social impact accelerators, people really see these pressing problems, and especially younger people feel very compelled to help solve them. So I mean, part of it is it's growing out of like not even just the higher ed space, of course, but the global issues that we face. I mean, what would you say?
Would you rephrase it just one more time so I get it right?
So when you're looking at the challenges between the two cultures that you've been at or other cultures, that breaking down those silos between different colleges, different infrastructure, what were some of the unique challenges, and how did you overcome to see the success that you're seeing?
How we need to plug in, like students need people from different disciplines too, and like the convening force to do that. Like say, do you know what I mean?
No.
Okay, so it's like sorry.
Just because I'm not keeping up.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to remind you of how like students come to us and like say they're, they often they need engineers. Like often they'll come out of some area, say it's public health, but they don't actually know how to do the coding they need to create what they want. They need some entity that can bring students from other, like pitch to match is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I'll tell you a quick story about the Grad Arts Forum at MIT and what that looked like. So I had this idea. I'm like, okay, so I was at MIT. I started working there running art studios. So I ran a ceramics lab, a drawing lab, in a dark room, right? So that was my job. I loved it. And I was an art teacher aside from that. And then I got hired full-time at MIT, and I saw that there was a vacuum, at least of the showcasing of creative activity. Yes, the output of the lab's super creative, and that was eventually my point. So I was like, okay, we need to showcase student creativity. I'm gonna throw a little event. And I was hoping to get 30 or 40 people. I called it the Grad Art Showcase. I'm like, okay, so graduate students who are involved in something creative outside of their lab or their research, please bring that and show it off, unjuried. So my point is art was a convening force. Yeah. I was expecting 30 or 50, 60. I got 800 students showed up. Open bar and food helps a lot. 800 students. And I was like, what is going on? And that, of the graduate population at MIT, that's 8 out of 3,000, whatever that math is. That's a huge percentage of students. We ended up becoming the largest graduate event on campus, just loosely formed around show off some of your artwork. We had students bring amazing art, right? We ended up having Bhangra dance. We would have a cappella. We had a student, postdoc, brought a Tyrannosaurus Rex made out of binder clips, too, right? So point is, all of a sudden you have 800 students in a mix talking about stuff and then creating a different culture, creating a movement, connecting over a worldview and in a similar way of thinking. Yeah. So convening through art was a huge one. That's why creativity is my title. And then also through making change, which are similar things.
And I'm glad you brought it up because I have seen pictures of that event. Yeah. It was mammoth.
Mammoth, yeah.
Right? And what a proud moment it must have been to say, oh yeah, hopefully 30 show up. And
proud and scary with an open bar. That's proud and scary, right? But it worked out just fine.
So now that you've launched, H2A, what are some of the things that you're really, really jazzed about, and what are the things that you are a little bit nervous about?
Yeah. You, me.
You.
Same. So jazzed and nervous. Same things. So I'm really jazzed about how it's taking root and how the co-creation process is different everywhere. H2A, this accelerator here, looks totally different than it does in Brazil. But also, I used the mycelium and mushroom analog. The mycelium is super strong. It's all the same stuff, right? It's social impact, it's early stage, it's making the world a better place, it's good ideas from young entrepreneurs. The mushrooms are different. And I love seeing what's happening here, Canada, Africa, and Cambridge. It is super interesting watching all of these grow. So what I'm most excited about are all of these mushrooms getting together someday in a conference to talk about how we can solve these big I was talking to you, Rashid, right? Food waste is a big deal. Restaurant, all the stakeholders in food, it's almost everybody. We don't have the capacity, the organic computing capacity to manage that, but AI does. And once we get it in the mix, that's really exciting and also terrifying. So excited and terrified about that.
Oh, same. I would say just quickly to keep that I think I'm most excited about. I think it answers both like the positive and negative. Is I hope I hope this works. But the plan, the hope, the vision is that we are creating a global family of young entrepreneurs, and that in each place that it's created, like here in H2A Canada, where UNB will be the hub, that it will change the culture in the country, right, or on the continent in the case of Africa, but through the young people, through the cohorts, these 10 teams like bonding, getting to know each other, and then getting to know the cohorts that are going on at the same time and bringing them all together, and it's around these shared values. That would potentially change many things. So
activism.
Yeah.
Activism. And, you know, so sort of ending, I'm getting hints that it should be closed. The 15 minutes that were assigned to us is ending. So a couple of questions, Meg, starting with you. When you shut your eyes and you think about where this could be, in 5 years, 10 years, obviously talking about what would make you smile and say, that was phenomenal? What would that look like?
All right, this is very ambitious, but okay. So the World Economic Forum hosts something at Davos every year, and it's really for the elite that come together, the liberal elite. They don't tend to, like even the New York Times reports, they don't tend to actually do that much, but they come together. I would love to see, maybe 5 years from now, maybe not, but like 10 years, say, but that we can create something that's a summit like that for young social entrepreneurs that is as powerful in the sense of they're setting out, they're powerful people, but the values are very much about changing, making a better world, while also making a profit. This is not, but doing it in a way that, is sustainable and builds a healthier world.
Tough to follow that.
He shares the same vision. He shares the same.
But you have to add a little bit more. You can't say ditto.
All right, try this out. All right, so yes, absolutely. So excited about that future. But I'm also going to say, I'm just sitting here reflecting and looking at this audience and having just completed in this co-creation process with you and your team, UNB, amazing, us and our team, settling on a 10-team cohort here. 6 amazing pool of teams that have applied. And looking at them, looking at the multidisciplinary nature, the multi-generational nature, the different ways that they're attacking problems, many times outside of their areas of research. That win, all of them win. So I'm already happy. Yeah. I'm already good. This is amazing. I'm so excited to be here. So anything beyond this is just good to go.
Thank you very much. That's incredible. We're handing the podium to Dom, is it? Thank you, Dom.
Thank you, Dhirendra. Thank you, Meg and Sam, for driving up here and being with us. Sorry that Loomis and Leslie couldn't join us next time. But we do have the gifts that I promised you that I wasn't trying to steal away from you the last time. But thank you very much for being here with us. And this is a really exciting time for us. And you guys are great. I love you guys. Thank you. So thank you very much, Big Boss Dhirendra. He actually has one of these name tags on it. It says Dr. Big Boss on him. It's out front there. Igor made it. It was not me. So that is a wrap for everything in here. I want to thank Aurora for the sound and the work that they've done in video and everything they've done. Thank you very much. Yeah. You can't see them, but Ken and Zach are hiding over in the corner. They're just, they're tucked in the back there. Also, thank you for the Wu Conference Center for hosting us. I've got to say also, Naya just ran away. She was here just a second ago. There she goes. She's like, yeah, I knew it. So Naya Mohovich, the rookie of the J Herbert Smith Centre team, Amanda, who has been the point person for all of this week. Thank you very much, Amanda. And of course, Igor Oliveira, who was the MC this morning, around the corner. And Dr. Dhirendra Shukla, just for showing up and the good looks. That's what it was. Thank you. Thank you very much. So before we completely wrap up, we do have a closing reception, and we do have a special announcement that we're going to be making that's planned. So you got a little green ticket. There is some beverages that go along with that little green ticket. So thanks, everybody. Please join us out in the foyer.